This is Volume 1 in the deposition of Justin Lyon in the matter of State of Washington versus LLR Inc. Case number 192023252 SEA in the State of Washington, King County Superior Court. This video deposition is taking place at 2040 Main Street, Suite 250, Irvine, California 92614, and it was noticed by plaintiffs. The time now is approximately 10:09 a.m. on the March 5th, 2020. My name is Kirill Davidov from Bullet Real-Time Reporting LLC, located at 1325 4th Avenue, Suite 1840 in Seattle, Washington 98101. Will all counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Brina Roos on behalf of the State of Washington, and I'm joined on the phone by Joe Canada and Tiffany Lee.
William Floratis for the defense.
Will the court reporter please swear in the witness?
Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence you shall give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Justin Neil Lyon.
Have you ever been deposed before?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to go over a few of the ground rules for today's deposition. I'm here today to ask you some questions relating to a case brought by the State of Washington against LuLaroe and a variety of other defendants. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Now the court reporter is here today recording my questions and your answers. As you know, we also have a videographer. There's a few things that are important for the court reporter to be able to get an accurate transcript. First, we should try not to talk over each other. So I will try to wait until you're done answering a question before asking a new question. And if you could try to wait until my question is done before answering it, that will help the court reporter out. Even though we have a videographer here today, you want to make sure your answers are audible. The court reporter can't record a nod or a shake of a head or a gesture. Please let me know if you don't understand any of my questions. I'll be happy to restate them, so let me know. And if you answer my question, I'll assume you understand it unless you let me know that you don't understand. We'll take breaks throughout the day. If you need a break at any time, let me know. We'll probably try to take a break about every hour or so. If you need a break before then, let me know. If I have a question posed, I'll ask that you answer it unless it's a question that involves attorney-client privilege, and then we can go ahead and take a break. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
Okay.
Counsel, the only thing I would ask is that if not just attorney-client, but if he has any other issue regarding privilege, that we could talk about that.
Okay.
Other questions, maybe if it's spousal or anything that might come up.
Sure. Yeah. Any privilege.
Thank you.
Yeah. And do you understand you're under oath today?
Yes.
Do you know of any reason you can't give complete and accurate testimony today?
No.
Are you currently taking any medications that would impair your ability to give accurate testimony?
Nope.
What did you do to prepare for today's deposition?
Met with Bill briefly and Liana.
And that's Liana Bash.
I believe that's her last name. I don't recall.
Anyone, did you talk about today's depositions with anyone other than Liana and Bill?
No, I did not.
Did you review any documents?
Yes.
What documents did you review?
I don't recall all of them.
Did they include depositions from this case?
No.
Did they include any video files from LuLaroe?
No.
Did they include any audio files?
No.
Did you review emails?
Yes.
Do you recall what those emails were about?
Yes-ish.
What do you recall about the emails you reviewed?
I recall they were emails in regards to LuLaroe And I don't recall the full contents of them, to be honest.
Do you recall
It was Monday, and a lot has happened since Monday.
Do you recall what aspect of LuLaroe they related to?
I'm trying to remember which one. Not entirely, no, to be honest.
About how many documents did you review?
Documents? Ten-ish?
Were there documents other than emails?
Yes.
What types of documents other than emails did you look at?
I believe there were a couple text message conversations. I said couple. I don't remember if it was 2 or 3.
Yeah. Anything else?
What appeared to be a flyer of some sort. And that's about all I remember.
A LuLaroe flyer?
It was a flyer that had LuLaroe on it.
And you said you met with Bill and Liana. Do either of those lawyers represent you personally?
No.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And for LuLaroe?
Yes.
Employed at any other company other than LuLaroe?
No.
Okay. What's your current title?
I don't know.
Is there a reason you don't know your current title?
We're not big on titles at LuLaroe. Chief Marketing Officer is a recent title.
Has that changed?
As stated, I don't know.
Thank you.
Starting at Exhibit 242.
242?
Yep.
Thank
You've been
you.
handed what's been marked as Exhibit 242, which is a printout of a LinkedIn bio for Justin Lyon. Is this your LinkedIn bio?
It appears so, but I would need to review.
Okay, you can take a minute.
Okay, yes, what was the question?
Is this your LinkedIn bio?
It appears so.
Okay. Did you, do you maintain your LinkedIn account?
Yes.
And does the experience history in this bio appear accurate?
It does. There are, looks like a couple of things missing that I haven't put in there, but yeah, it's what is there is accurate.
Okay, and what's missing that you haven't put in there?
Field trip, which was a conference I produced.
And when was that?
Oh, the exact dates. I was involved for 3 of those. The first one, I don't recall the exact year off the top of my head. It was 2000. It was before LuLaroe. Man. Should I answer with a guess?
If you don't know, that's okay. It sounds like it was
2010, 11, somewhere in there.
before you started working for
Yes.
LuLaroe.
It's, it's perfectly fine to tell her you don't know the exact date, but to give her your best estimate if you have
Yeah.
one.
And it sounded like you said you produced 3 conferences. Were those yearly conferences?
It was intended to be yearly, yes.
Okay. And what is Field Trip?
It was a conference for image creators photographers, videographers, community-based to come together and learn from each other.
Where is it based?
The first one we held was the El Capitan Canyon in just north of Santa Barbara, here in California.
And is your education, as stated on Exhibit 242, accurate?
I don't see,
I think it's on the third page.
yeah, I don't see the college experience that on here, so I'm not sure if this is the full.
Is it Ricks College?
No, I went to Art Center College of Design.
Okay. And did you have a degree from Art Center?
I did, yes.
Okay. What was that degree?
You need to make sure you let her finish completely.
Sorry. Yep.
It's not a natural conversation, so
Yeah.
maybe take a beat.
Yes.
What was your degree?
My degree was a Bachelor of Arts with a film emphasis.
Where is Art Center?
Art Center College of Design is in Pasadena, California.
It looks from your bio like you also went to Ricks College.
I did. It is no longer called Ricks College.
Oh, okay. Is that now called Art Center? Or is it a different educational institution?
Now it is called Brigham Young University, Idaho.
Okay. Did you obtain a degree there?
No.
Okay, you can put that one aside.
And there's other college education missing as well.
Oh, what else is missing?
Scottsdale Community College
Okay.
and Mesa Community College.
Did you obtain degrees from either one of those community colleges?
I don't recall if I got my associates from there or whether I just had credits that then transferred to Art Center.
Okay. Thank you.
Just try to keep those in order.
One other question about your bio, which you probably don't need to look at for, but it looks like you're currently an owner and photographer with Amelia Lyon Photography. Is that still accurate?
That's a great question. I don't currently photograph with Amelia Lyon Photography. I believe that entity still exists.
And Amelia Lyon is your wife?
Yes, she is.
And she's Deanne Brady's daughter, is that right?
Yes, that is accurate.
And does she work with LuLaroe as well?
She's a subcontractor.
As a photographer?
Yes.
Does she do other work for LuLaroe?
That's the main area of her focus is photography.
Are there any other areas that she does?
Just family support. Loving wife.
One of the, I think it's a dress for LuLaroe is called the Amelia. Is that named after your wife?
Yes.
So, as chief marketing officer for LuLaroe, what does that entail? What roles does that cover?
It covers the look, vibe, and feel of the brand, telling our story, and shepherding the brand message. Serving the graphics teams, the photo team, video team, the social media team, the marketing campaigns.
And those are all separate teams within LuLaroe?
Those are all. What do you mean by separate teams?
Are they distinct teams? You said the graphics team, the photo team, the video team, social media and marketing campaigns. Are those all distinct teams, or are those more roles with overlapping people?
I guess that would depend on how you define teams. There are team members with specific responsibilities that fall within those categories.
Okay. Have you had the same role since you started at LuLaroe?
I've had many roles since I started at LuLaroe.
Well, let's go back. You started at LuLaroe, I think, in 2013, correct?
Yes.
Was your title Chief Marketing Officer from the start?
No.
What was your title when you started?
There was no title when I started.
When do you recall first having the title Chief Marketing Officer?
I don't recall. As mentioned previously, titles aren't big at LuLaroe.
What was your role when you first started?
When I first started at LuLaroe, I oversaw photo shoots, video shoots, established our website, lularo.com. Social media, like got involved with our Instagram account, and then Facebook page, and then events. And just look, vibe, and feel, and then that included communications, it included event production. Excuse me. Man, I'm trying to recall back in 2013.
And how has that? So that was essentially when you first started, or at the beginning of your time with LuLaroe.
Yeah.
And how has that changed over time?
We've brought in more team members, other people with experience to assist in some of those other roles and responsibilities.
So are there any of the roles that you just listed that you no longer oversee?
I don't oversee event production. I'm still responsible for the look, vibe, and feel of the events, but as far as event production goes, that's no longer something I oversee. I no longer oversee communications. I am involved at times, not all emails, but proofing some emails and looking at copy and working with the communications team. But they have their own separate responsibilities and team members as well.
And when did you stop overseeing event production?
Oh man, I don't recall the exact date.
Do you recall about how many years it's been, or months?
2 years, year and a half, a year. I don't recall, to be honest. It's a guess, somewhere in that world.
Who took over that role?
Bob Allender. Spelled AHLANDER.
What about communications? Who took over that role?
Art McCracken.
And when did you stop overseeing communications?
Oh, that one was a while ago. I stopped. Oh, sorry.
Was it longer than when you stopped the event production role?
Yes. Again, it would be a guess at that. 3 years, potentially? 2 years? Yeah, I don't remember.
Who do you report to at LuLaroe currently?
Lauren Simpson.
And what is Lauren's title?
I believe Chief Sales and Marketing Officer.
How long have you reported to Lauren?
I believe it's been less than a year. I don't recall exactly.
Have you reported to Lauren since he started the company?
I don't believe so.
Do you recall when he started?
I believe he started a year ago.
Before Lauren, who did you report to?
Mark and Deanne.
And that's Mark and Deanne Stidham?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm handed what's been marked as Exhibit 243, and I'll let you take a moment to take a look, and I'll just let you know that I'm really only going to be asking you questions about paragraphs 1 and 2 of this. And just for the record, Exhibit 243 is a declaration of Justin Lyon in Lemberg versus LuLaroe LLC in the Central District of California, case number 17-2102. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And it appears to be a declaration you signed in separate unrelated litigation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at paragraph 2, you state what your role at the time when you signed this in March 2018 with LuLaroe was, and you say you had overseen and been responsible for a variety of areas in LuLaroe from when you started in October 2013. Was that accurate at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you could take a look at that and just let me know which areas you no longer oversee as you sit here today.
Objection, form, vague.
Go ahead. If your counsel states an objection, unless he instructs you not to answer, that he's stating an objection for the record, but you can go ahead and answer the question.
If you can.
Can you restate the question?
So in your words, you state, I've overseen and been responsible for all LuLaroe branded events and marketing, and then you have a list there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just asking you which in that list are areas that you no longer oversee or are responsible for? Again, in the words that you wrote.
Would you like me to go item by item?
Sure.
So I'm still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel of events, but I no longer produce the events.
Okay.
I'm still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel of the marketing assets and content.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily produce those. We have a team that does that. Convention would be an event, so I'd no longer produce convention, but I am still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel of that event. Or retreats, similarly, still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel of those. Photos, still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel of our photos. Video shoots, similarly, still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel of our video shoots. All marketing materials still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel of those. Our website design still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel of those. Design and content of the back office still responsible for some of the look, the vibe, and the feel of that. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, so it sounds like the look, vibe, and feel is something you maintain responsibility over, but at the time when you signed this declaration in March of 2018, you were a little bit more involved in some of the details of those items. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, I would have a little more to do with some of the logistical execution, meaning like planning of an event or a photo shoot, whereas now I work very closely with the team on how the photo should look, how they should feel, and less about worrying about a permit, for example, or what time the call time is, other than help working with them to determine what kind of shots we would like to get. If we want more daytime shots, I would suggest to them times we may want to start the shoot and or end the shoot, depending on the look, the vibe, and the feel we're trying to accomplish in said photos or videos.
Okay. In the last sentence of this paragraph, you state that you manage and oversee approximately 30 LuLaRoe employees on the events team, the design and graphics team, and the marketing team. Is that still accurate?
No.
Who do you oversee now?
Currently, I oversee the social media team.
Did you oversee that team in 2018?
I don't know that we had a defined team for social media. We all kind of helped out with the social media assets because the photos, videos, and those things were our social content.
Okay. So people on those teams worked on social media.
I don't recall. In 2018, this was April. Who that was at that specific time?
Okay, you can put that aside. Do you work at all with the leadership development team with LuLaRoe?
What do you mean by work?
Do you help on any of their primary objectives? Sorry.
I'm sorry, could you reread that?
Yeah. Let me just restate it. Let me back up. What is your understanding of what the leadership development team does?
They work closely with the retailers and the leaders to help them with their sales objectives, strategies, ideas, tips, suggestions, ways to improve their sales and also to improve as leaders, to help those that are selling LuLaRoe to sell the products that they have.
Who's responsible for that team?
Section, form.
Go ahead.
The leadership and sales team reports to Kenny, and Kenny reports to Lauren, and Lauren reports to Mark and Deanne, so ultimately Mark and Deanne.
And have you ever been a part of that team?
No.
Have you ever had any overlapping responsibilities with that team?
Yes.
How so?
Marketing is a very important aspect of any company, and so marketing and sales often work closely together to support any products we're releasing and or the retailers who sell LuLaRoe to make sure they have the assets, the content, the tools, the things that they would need to best sell that product. So sales and marketing have always worked very closely together.
Mm. So it sounds like over the last couple of years, you've had a shift in your roles where you've stepped back, as you said, it not is involved in some of the details of some of the events and focused primarily on the look, vibe, and feel of LuLaRoe. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say that's accurate.
What precipitated that change?
Allowing other people the opportunity to grow and to take on responsibilities, and having competent people in positions that had gained the experience and or came with the experience to take on those other roles.
Prior to Lauren starting with the company, you said you reported directly to Mark and Deanne,
Yes.
and now you report to Lauren.
Yes.
And why was there that change?
Jackson Foundation.
Go ahead.
Lauren has a lot of experience, and so he was brought in just as an additional coach, mentor, someone to work with Kenny and myself, and Bob, as well as the other team members.
How are you currently compensated by LuLaRoe?
Via direct deposit?
You receive a salary?
Yes.
What is that salary?
I'm going to object, as it invades his right of privacy, is not reasonably calculatedly discovered admissible evidence. The right of privacy both under the California Constitution and federal. I'm instruct him not to answer.
I'm going to object to that. This is a deposition of a high-ranking employee witness. We are entitled to know the salary of that witness. It can be marked confidential, but I'm going to ask the witness to answer the question.
He's already been instructed.
Okay, well, we'll have to take it to the court.
We will. I'm happy to talk to you about it on a break.
Do you receive a bonus in addition to your salary ever from LuLaRoe?
It's a yes or a no. You can answer yes or no.
What was the question again?
Do you ever receive a bonus from LuLaRoe in
Do-
addition to a salary?
Do I ever?
Have you ever?
Yes.
Do you regularly receive bonuses from LuLaRoe?
No.
Do you receive an annual bonus?
No.
How many times have you received a bonus from LuLaRoe?
I don't recall. Let's see. It'd be a guess at the best.
Don't guess. If you have a reasonable estimate, she certainly has a right to that.
I would estimate 3.
Do you recall what years?
I'm estimating 2015, 16, 17.
Have you ever sold LuLaRoe clothing
Yes.
as a retailer?
Yes. Ish.
Why the ish?
I sold LuLaRoe clothing on the website lularoe.com. I didn't hold parties as most retailers do. And that was for a short period of time.
Do you recall when that was?
I'm thinking about that at the moment. I believe that started in 2013. And it ended in, oh man. I don't recall if it ended in 2015, 2016? I don't recall when that ended, to be honest.
Sounds like it lasted for 2, maybe 3 years.
Yeah, it was a short period in the beginning.
And let me just clarify, when you say you sold clothing, were you facilitating the sale through the website, or were you personally selling as a retailer, as an independent fashion retailer?
I was facilitating it through a website, LuLaroe.com.
So you have never been an independent fashion retailer or independent fashion consultant for LuLaroe?
No.
Okay. You already told me you hadn't been deposed before. Have you ever testified in court before?
No.
I want to talk just a little bit generally about LuLaroe's business for a few minutes. How would you describe LuLaroe's business?
I would describe LuLaroe's business as one that seeks to improve lives and strengthen families of independent fashion retailers who buy wholesale product from us and then resell it to customers.
And those products are clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And LuLaroe makes the clothing? Is that
Objection
accurate?
form.
Go ahead.
What do you mean by LuLaroe makes the clothing?
Well, I guess it's LuLaroe branded clothing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And LuLaroe is responsible for the design of the clothing?
Yes. That's my understanding.
Okay. You mentioned sales on the website back in 2013 to sometime in 15 to 16. Since that ended, has LuLaroe ever sold clothes to end consumers?
Objection form.
Go ahead.
Not to my knowledge.
So LuLaroe sells, as you said, to independent fashion retailers at wholesale price, who then turn around and sell those to someone who's going to be the end consumer use the product. Is that fair characterization?
More or less.
Anything I got wrong in that characterization?
Not principally, no.
Okay. And I think we both used the word retailer, independent fashion retailer. What's your understanding of that term?
My understanding of that term, independent fashion retailer, is that these are independent retailers that are not employees of LuLaroe that buy a product from us and decide when, how, and where to sell those clothing products.
And at some point in the past, those individuals were also referred to as consultants or independent fashion consultants. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page as to terminology as we go forward today. I've heard the term or the phrase build a team with respect to independent fashion retailers. What's your understanding of what that means?
My understanding of building a team is if you meet someone or know someone that's interested in being a retailer could then sponsor that individual, and in doing so, they would sponsor said individual to help them understand how to sell the product, how to be a good retailer, how to achieve their dreams and goals of being a retailer.
If someone wants to become an independent fashion retailer, do they need to have another IFR as a sponsor?
I don't know the full answer to that. I don't believe so, but I'm not certain. I don't know if you have to have a sponsor necessarily, or if one can be assigned to you. It's not the area of work that I do at LuLaRoe.
Yeah, fair enough. But in terms of sort of making sure we're on the same page as to these terms, a sponsor is someone who has invited or been assigned someone to be that sort of helping them understand how to sell the product sort of role. Is that fair?
Objection, foundation.
Could you restate the question?
So you said if a retailer meets someone who wants to become part of LuLaRoe, they will then sponsor that individual and help them understand how to sell the product?
It may be that retailer.
Okay.
A sponsor isn't always the one that introduced them to LuLaRoe.
So how would you define a sponsor?
The person that I would define a sponsor in LuLaRoe's terms as a new independent fashion retailer. It would be the existing retailer that they chose to have as their sponsor to work with as a LuLaRoe retailer.
In terms of LuLaRoe, what is a downline?
Downline.
Objection form.
Do you mean team?
Are you familiar with the term downline?
I'm familiar with the term, yes.
And what's your understanding of what that term means?
That would be the retailers that are on your team. That you were, yeah.
So that would include retailers that a certain RIFR has sponsored. Is that fair?
Could be ones that they sponsored or retailers that they sponsored.
No. And I understand there's various ranks of retailers depending on how many people they've sponsored. Is that fair?
There are different leadership roles in LuLaRoe, yes.
So, for example, mentor, coach, and trainer.
Yes.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the events team. Looking back at the declaration that you signed that we looked at earlier, it looked like you were responsible for the events team at least through 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you stated as of today you're responsible for the look, vibe, and feel of the events, but not other aspects of the events. Is that right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Is that right?
What does that mean, asked and answered?
Well, you can go ahead and answer.
Oh.
Just so you've answered the question before.
Yes.
Please don't coach the witness. Yes? Okay. When you were let's focus just on the time that you were overseeing the team in its entirety. What did that events team do?
That team conceptualized, pre-produced, produced, post-produced, working very closely with Mark and Deanne and Kenny on the content of the event, but we would oversee contracting with venues. We would oversee the event design, the event production, the logistics, the flow, everything from the branding of it to advertising of it, by advertising meaning promotion to the retailers, to the experience of it. And that would begin prior to the event, obviously, with the pre-production elements, all the way up through the actual production day of the events, and then post-production wrapping up the events, working with subcontractors that would do work for us potentially on those events. And that would also depend on which event specifically you're speaking about. But there are many responsibilities and logistics that go into an event.
And we'll get to the specific events in a few minutes,
Yeah.
but talking about the team generally, let's go back to that 2018 period that we know you were overseeing that team. About how many people were on the team?
Let's see. In 2018, specifically?
Roughly, to the best of your recollection.
5 or 6. I don't remember exactly. I guess it would depend on. That's a best guesstimate.
Are there people who have roles within multiple teams? For example, roles on the events team, also roles on the design team or the photography team? Or are they distinct teams?
In events, it was a distinct team
Yeah.
that was responsible for the production of the events. And they would work with the other team members to, like, they would work with the graphics team on the graphics needed for the event. They would work with the sales and leadership team on the content of what's being shared on stage or what's being presented in a booth or an experience, as we called them. They would work with the photo and video team to make sure they had the schedule and the logistics for the things they needed to capture and get as far as photos and videos went. But yeah, the events team specifically, they would produce events.
And that size, 5 or 6 people, has that been consistent over time or has it changed?
Oh, it's definitely changed. Yeah.
How so?
Well, when I first started, there wasn't an events team. Yeah, and then we brought in people to work specifically on events as the demand grew and was needed.
Has it ever been larger than 5 or 6 people?
I don't remember it being larger than 5 or 6. We would often use outside contractors because there wasn't a need for full-time team members to assist with events. So I don't remember there being more than 5 or 6.
What sort of roles did you use outside contractors for?
Sometimes for event design, potentially, for fabricating elements for the event, like scenic design.
Events that team was responsible for. Let's see, was that team responsible for the convention, annual convention for LuLaroe?
That team was responsible for the production of the convention.
Sure, all the aspects we've been talking about. I'm just trying to get a list
Yeah.
of the types of events we're talking
Mhm.
about. So the convention is one?
Yes.
Okay. Did the events team have any responsibilities with respect to the cruise?
Yes.
Similar types of responsibilities is what we've been talking about?
Yes.
What about LuLaRoe's in-person tours, where they travel from city to city? Did the events team handle any responsibilities for those events?
Objection form.
Go ahead.
What was the question?
My understanding is that LuLaRoe has engaged in various in-person tours that travel from city to city or go to various cities throughout the United States. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And did the events team have responsibilities as to those events?
Did they have responsibilities?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. Did the events team have any responsibilities with respect to IFR retreats, such as a mentor's retreat or a coach's retreat?
Yes.
Any other types of events that the events team was involved in?
Any company events we would have been responsible for.
Such as what?
Like an employee appreciation event, or I'm trying to recall, your question was, were there other events? So I'm trying to make sure there's not others I'm not remembering.
When you say company events, are you referring to events sort of within company employees?
Yes.
So rather than IFRs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other IFR attended events that your team was responsible for?
IFR attended events. We mentioned convention, mentioned cruise, leadership events.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't recall.
So let's talk specifically about the annual conference. I believe that's sometimes also called Vision. Is that right?
Yes.
Has it always been called Vision?
No.
When was LuLaroe's first conference?
I believe 2014?
And you were involved in the planning for that?
No, I was not involved with that one.
Why not?
I had a prior engagement, I believe, that kept me from being involved with that one. I don't recall what it was. I did not attend that event.
Have you been involved in all of the conventions since then?
Yes.
Just for the record, you're interchanging conference and convention, correct? As the same thing?
Yeah, well, I guess let me thank you for that clarification. Is conference and convention the same thing in your mind, or is there a distinction?
Convention is our annual big event.
Okay, so I'll try to stick with convention. Who attends the annual convention?
Any independent fashion retailer is able to attend.
What is the purpose of the convention?
Objection form.
Could you restate the question?
What is the purpose of the convention?
The purpose of the convention is to help the retailers.
Help in what way?
To help them understand how to sell better, to potentially understand more about our clothing products, potentially understand more about the brand and who we are, but most importantly to build community, to make friends and to be able to learn from each other.
Is the convention usually held in Southern California?
Yes, it has been thus far.
Are there any retailers who are required to attend?
Not to my knowledge.
You said that LuLaroe sometimes engages a vendor to help with event registration.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
Does that include at convention?
Yes.
Okay. What vendors have you used to help with event registration for convention? Who sets the agenda for the convention?
That's a collaborative effort.
Who's involved?
That would be Kenny and the leadership and sales team, myself. Art McCracken could be involved. Mark and Deanne usually are very involved. We may involve leaders and retailers to ask them what they feel we could serve the retailers with as far as education and training goes. Last year, I believe Lauren was involved. Yeah.
And once Lauren came on and your role changed or shifted, have you still been involved in that collaborative effort?
Yes.
And you mentioned leaders. What do you mean by leaders?
You previously mentioned the leadership levels of LuLaroe being mentor, coach, and trainer.
So when you say leaders, you mean a mentor, coach, or a trainer?
Yes.
How long does the convention usually last?
It usually lasts 3 days. Usually registration's on Thursday. And then the last thing is usually Saturday. But there's not always things all day long Thursday.
Okay, so registration,
Yeah.
possibly some events on Thursday, events on Friday,
Yes.
events on Saturday, and then the convention's over by the end of the day on Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. Do IFRs who want to come to convention need to pay when they register?
Could you please repeat the question?
Is there a fee for IFRs who want to attend convention?
Yes.
What is that fee typically?
I don't recall. I could give a guesstimate because we have different pricing based on when registration happens, or if there might be an early bird special, if you will, to register early. Usually around $200.
So what is the range based on when you register?
I believe the highest, I don't recall if the highest was $249 or $299. I believe the lowest might have been $100. So somewhere between that range, again, depending on.
And if a retailer decides to go to convention, pays the fee, whatever it is, depending on when they register, what are they? What's covered under that fee? The attendance of the convention, I assume, correct?
Yes.
And then anything else, any food or parties or anything else?
That depends. Sometimes food is covered. Sometimes lunch is covered. It's varied from year to year depending on the location and the requirements with the venues. Usually they're given a swag bag of some sort that has a notebook and or pen, some sort of t-shirt or shirt commemorating the event, possibly a sticker. Sometimes they've been given a bag or backpack. Just some memorabilia for the event.
Anything else that convention fee covers?
What do you mean by the question?
Was there anything else that if someone registers, pays the fee, and they come, is covered by the company? You said sometimes food. They're given a swag bag. It obviously allows them to attend the convention. Anything
Right.
else?
I don't believe so.
Do IFRs come from outside of Southern California to convention?
Yes.
And they're expected to cover their own costs of travel? Is that correct?
They do cover their own cost of travel, yes.
Does LuLaRoe ever cover travel costs for any IFRs?
Could you restate the question?
Does LuLaRoe ever cover travel costs for any IFRs? Again, to attend convention, specifically.
I don't believe so. There may have been a couple instances, but that would have only been if someone was speaking or had a more prominent role in the event, but I don't recall even covering travel for them specifically.
What about hotel costs? IFRs generally are expected to make their own accommodation arrangements
Yes.
and pay for those accommodations.
Yes. Often they join together, share rooms, etc.
Does LuLaRoe ever reserve blocks of rooms for IFRs to do that, or is it sort of up to them to sort of coordinate and find a place to stay?
Yes, we usually reserve hotel blocks in regards to the events that are being held.
To reserve, but then the IFRs make their own reservations and pay for them themselves. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. Does LuLaRoe ever pay for the hotels for any IFRs for convention?
I'm unsure.
Not that you're aware of.
We may have, but it would have likely been for someone speaking or that had a role in the event that we were. Yeah, that would have been the only time I.
So it's not the usual case.
No.
Okay. Does LuLaRoe keep records of who attends convention each year?
I believe so.
Who keeps those records?
The event registration company has them, and our events team would normally be shared with those documents and lists.
Generally, how many retailers attend convention?
It varies from year to year.
What's the largest number of retailers who have ever attended?
What is the largest number?
And rough, not looking
Yeah.
for a precise number.
16,000?
Do you recall what year that was?
2017.
Do you recall how many retailers attended last year's convention?
Approximately 6.
6,000.
Hmm? Sorry, I didn't say 1,000. Not 6 individuals.
I gather the logistics would be a little simpler for that.
Yes.
Let's see. I think let's take a break and go off the record.
On the record at 11:17 a.m. We're back on record at 11:28 a.m. Please continue.
Okay, when we before we took the break, we were talking about the annual conventions that LuLaRoe holds generally. And I think earlier you had talked about sort of different experiences, I think you call them, at convention. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. What do you mean by an experience?
Excuse me. We called our trade show floor experiences instead of trade show. That sounded kind of boring, so we went with experiences because there's things we want them to learn, and we believe that you can oftentimes learn through an experience, so we try to facilitate learning.
And did that floor of experiences or trade look sort of like a trade show floor with different booths or areas?
I don't believe so. I believe it looked better.
Okay, and how so?
Because they were intentionally designed to be appealing and to be inviting and be different.
And is setting up a convention through these experiences something that happens at every convention?
Would you reread the question, please?
Is setting up convention through these experiences something that happens at every convention?
Objectives to form.
Could you please restate?
Sure. The experiences you're describing, is that the setup at every convention?
No.
Is it something that LuLaroe more recently introduced?
Yes.
When did it introduce the experiences?
It was either 2016 or 2017.
Can you give me some examples of what some of the experiences would have been?
Yes, one was, for example, a dreams booth where they could come in, identify some of their dreams and goals, and write them down, potentially formulate a plan, some ways to accomplish those. One might have been a clothing showcase, like showing them clothing that we produce or will be producing and information about said clothing so they could have knowledge and information. One would have been a fabric experience where we had fabrics that we produce our clothing in on hand for them to touch, to feel, to understand and get to know so they could talk about it more in depth. One might have been on, I guess it would depend on which year you're asking and trying to recall.
Sure, I'm just asking for some examples.
Yeah.
And these were all in one room? Or were they
Yes.
sort of in breakout rooms?
They were in a hall at the Anaheim Convention Center.
Is there usually a time at convention where everyone is gathered in one room with a speaker and a stage? I think you were referring to a stage earlier.
Yes.
Are there ever sort of smaller breakout sessions at conventions?
Yes.
Does LuLaroe ever hold trainings at conventions?
What do you mean?
Trainings for independent fashion retailers?
There are many things taught and shared from stage or in classroom type settings.
And when you say from stage, are you referring to the main stage with the entirety of the convention there?
Yes.
Okay.
Or a smaller breakout stage.
Who at LuLaroe decides on the content for those sessions, whether the big session or the smaller breakout sessions?
I believe we already answered that, but I could repeat. Collaborative effort with Kenny and the team that he works with, the leadership and sales team.
Mm-hmm.
Mark and Deanne, Art, myself, potentially leaders, meaning mentors, coaches, trainers, or other independent fashion retailers.
Is there usually one person or one team that's primarily responsible for setting the content?
Ultimately, it's Kenny's responsibility working with Mark and Deanne.
You said things are taught either from the main stage or in smaller sessions. Is one of the items that is taught in that context ever how to sell LuLaRoe clothing?
Oh, yes.
And who has taught that subject in the past?
I don't recall all of them.
When was the first time that how to sell LuLaRoe clothing was taught at convention?
The first time we had a convention, from my understanding. I was not at the first one, but I recall that was a topic discussed. And then every convention since then has had that as a topic.
Has the topic become more prominent over time?
No. We've always maintained a dedication to helping retailers sell clothing.
Has one of the topics taught ever included how to recruit retailers to join your team as a retailer?
Could you please restate?
Yeah, has recruiting retailers been a subject that was taught at convention?
I'm unsure.
You don't remember? Or you don't know?
With that exact wording, I'm unsure if we ever shared how to recruit.
Have you ever shared how to build a team?
Have I ever shared?
As LuLaRoe at convention, has that ever been taught?
I believe so.
And who was responsible for teaching that?
I don't recall.
When was the first time you recall how to build a team being taught or discussed at convention?
I don't remember.
Has it been discussed at every convention?
I'm sure that was a topic of discussion with retailers attending the event.
No, again, I'm talking about in the context of being taught either on the main stage or in breakout sessions.
It's possible. I don't recall.
So I'm handing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 169, and I'll give you a moment to take a look at it. For the record, this is Bates numbered LLR-WA000240069, and is an email dated June 30th, 2014 from Justin Lyon. Do you recognize this document?
It looks like an email.
Does it look like an email that you sent in June 2014?
It appears to be so.
Looking at the bottom of the page, going under this and through to the next page, is that your email signature that you had at the time?
I believe so.
Okay. It says Mystical Permissions Wizard under your name. What does that mean?
That was the title I held at Yo Gabba Gabba, which meant producer, and was a fun take. Being a children's television show, we came up with our own titles because producer sounded boring.
Okay. So then you transferred that over to your signature block at LuLaroe?
Yes.
Yes. And then looking at the second page, it says brand manager at LuLaroe. Was that your title at the time back in 2014?
I don't know. Possibly.
Okay. And looking at the content of the email, it looks like you are emailing a group of people with a list of breakout sessions for convention. Does that sound right?
It looks right by the subject of the email.
Okay. And I think you said earlier, your recollection is that you didn't attend the 2014 convention?
No. I didn't attend LuLaroe's first convention,
Okay.
which I don't recall whether that was at the end of 13 or... There was an event that they called a convention, which was a very small event, which was the only one I had
Okay.
not attended.
So this planning that is happening in this email was for a convention that you did ultimately attend?
Yes.
And you were involved in planning?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like you're emailing a list of breakout sessions that were planned, at least as of the date of the email. Who was it that decided what those breakout sessions would be?
I don't remember who decided that.
Were you involved in deciding?
Possibly.
And it looks like under a lot of the topics, there are, in parentheses, names. Are those people who are going to lead those breakout sessions?
I believe it says, unless noted in bold, who was teaching them had not been finalized
Okay.
or determined.
So if it's in bold, it had been finalized. If it was not in bold, it was thoughts or ideas, but not necessarily finalized. Is that fair?
That appears to be the case.
Okay. Who selected who would lead each session?
I do not recall.
Did you attend any of the sessions?
I don't recall. Possibly? It was 6 years ago, I don't remember.
Would these sessions have been sessions that occurred in separate rooms, or were they more booths on a floor similar to the experiences you were describing earlier?
I'm trying to remember Convention 2014. I don't believe these were booth/experiences, because that had not come into play yet. This event was held, I believe, at the Doubletree in Ontario. I don't remember the specifics of how this event went. As far as schedule and flow.
At this time, would the schedule have been the responsibility of someone on your team?
It would have been a collaborative effort, likely with many of the people this was sent to in the to line of this email at that time.
Okay, I don't have any other questions about that. Do you ever recall Deanne, Brady, Stidham, handing bonus checks out to IFRs at convention?
I don't recall.
You've talked about a main stage at convention. Is that something that there's been at every convention since the first one you attended in 2014?
Yes.
Roughly how much time of the program time at convention is spent with the main stage versus breakout sessions or experiences or other aspects of convention?
That varies. Last year, which is the most recent one I can recall, we had half or just under half of the general session time from the main stage, if I'm remembering correctly.
What about, so that would have been the 2019 convention?
2019, yes.
And what about the 2018? Do you recall?
I would guesstimate similar.
And what about 2017?
I believe that one would. Are you asking, what was the question again, asking about that?
Sort of roughly how much time of the planned time is on the main stage versus other aspects of convention?
I believe 2017 was a fourth of the time. 2018 might have been a third. I don't, again, the events are all mixing together.
Sure. Does it sound like in recent years there's been an increasing focus on the main stage versus the other aspects?
It sounds like there may have been an increase in the time. I don't know, actually. I'd have to look at them all and compare them to answer that accurately.
Sure. Who at the company regularly speaks at the main stage at convention?
Deanne, Brady Stidham, Mark Stidham.
Anyone else?
As far as speaking, meaning addressing the whole audience, or meaning what?
Addressing the whole audience.
With, and do you mean by a presentation, or what do you mean by that?
In any way.
Kenny and or myself often are on stage, but that doesn't mean we're teaching. MCing, as in hosting the event. And other people from the company would have spoken as asked to or called upon. But regularly was your question, I believe. Mark and Deanne for sure would have spoken at every event.
And are decisions regarding who would speak made by that same collaborative team you referred to earlier?
That would depend on the event. Like after seeing this email you just shared, there are people that were at the company in 2014 or working with the company in 2014 that would have been involved collaboratively in that decision.
So it would have changed over time?
Yes.
Understood. Did leaders, such as coaches, mentors, or trainers, ever address the audience from the main stage?
Yes.
And who decided which leaders would address the audience?
That would have been a collaborative effort. Ultimately, Mark and Deanne would be responsible, but Kenny may have decided. It would have been likely discussed potentially as a group. But
You said you sometimes have sort of a host or MC role at convention. Did you have that role in 2018?
I believe so.
When you were addressing the audience at the 2018 convention, did you tell the audience that they should look to make LuLaroe bigger than they are?
I don't remember the exact words shared from stage during my presentation.
You remember saying something to that effect?
I don't remember.
Do IFRs receive written materials from the company at convention?
Yes.
What sort of written materials?
An agenda, meaning a schedule. That's the majority. I know for sure they usually receive that.
Anything else that they've ever received in terms of written materials?
There could have been handouts at an experience. There could have been handouts from a breakout class. I don't recall and don't know all of them, to be honest. Not to be honest, but in recollection.
Sure. Who at LuLaroe, let's start with the agenda or the schedule, the physical written one that is going to be passed out to IFRs at the convention. Is there anyone at LuLaroe who would approve that?
I would have approved the grammar, punctuation, timing, logistics, but as far as who and what the content was, would have been likely Kenny in collaboration with Mark and Deanne and potentially others, as mentioned a few times.
And if there were materials used at an experience or in a breakout class, was there a process for review and approval of those?
Objection. Form.
If there was a handout, please repeat the question.
So you said there may have been handouts at an experience or in a breakout class. Did LuLaroe have a process for review and approval of materials such as those?
Objection. Vague as to time.
Go ahead.
When are you speaking about?
Has there ever been a process?
Yes.
When was that process implemented?
There would have been a process every year for that specific year of convention.
So a process every year, but it may have changed.
Yes.
Let's go back to 2018. What was the process then?
2018. It would be a guesstimate, but it likely would have been whoever is responsible for that experience coming up with what they would like as the handout, submitting the content of said handout, and then getting that approved, and then having that designed by the graphics team, and then having that approved, and then going to production and having a sample of that approved prior to producing them, and then receiving the handouts, if I recall correctly.
Okay. So let's break that down a little bit. You said first that the content would be proposed and then approved.
Yeah.
Who would approve the content?
2018. Might have been Kenny or myself. I believe Kenny would have been ultimately responsible for those things. And this is 2.5 years ago. I believe in 2018 it would have been Kenny.
Okay. What about, and then you said it would go to the design team,
Mhm.
and then it would be approved. Who would it be approved at that stage by?
Either by Mikola or myself.
Sorry, who?
Mikola? Michala?
Or you?
Mm-hmm.
And what's
Yes.
Nicola's last name?
Meaders.
Edwards.
Meaders.
And is Nicola a member of the design team?
She was at the time.
She was at the time, okay. And you said then it would go to a sample. Who would prepare the sample?
The design team would have given it to a production company. That could have been web, or it could have been through our internal LuLaroe team that handles printing of documents or handouts, materials, etc.
And then who would approve the sample?
Would have either been Mikola, Kenny, or myself.
Was there a process for documenting the approval? Would it be via email, or was there a central document that would mark the stages, for example?
It likely would have been in person.
So through a conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
It's possible there were some email approvals and or on a doc. Most likely in person.
Was the process similar in other years, but variations by who approved, or were there variations of other natures?
I believe they would have been similar but varying on who approved and who was printing, producing.
So the process stayed similar, but the players, the people changed? Would that be a fair characterization?
I don't recall us having handouts every year, so I don't know the process would have. The process would have likely been similar, but I don't believe we had handouts every convention.
Okay. But if you had convention, the process would have been similar. Or, sorry, strike that. If you had handouts at convention, the process would have been similar.
It would have likely been similar.
I'm going to shift a bit to talking about the in-person tours. And I believe you said the events team was involved in planning for the in-person tours as well?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So I think just to confirm, the 2015 tour was called Dare to Dream. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, but I have to verify, yeah.
Okay. And the 2016 tour was called Inspire?
That sounds right as well.
And 2017 tour was called Be the Light?
No.
No? Was it called Inspire again?
No. The theme for 2017 was Be. I don't recall if the tour, I don't believe the tour was called Be the Light that year, though.
Okay.
That was the name of one of our events.
Okay. What was the tour called in 2018?
2018. Was that Connect or was that 2019? I don't recall.
Okay. You recall one being called Connect, you're not sure which year.
I believe Connect was last year, 2019.
Okay.
I'm trying to recall the theme for 2018.
Who decides those themes?
That's a collaborative effort.
Are you involved?
Usually, yes.
Were there any years that you weren't involved?
I don't believe so.
What's your understanding of the purpose of the tours?
The purpose of the tour was to bring people together. So again, community, helping facilitate friendships and collaboration. Would have been teaching them principles that would have helped in selling or motivation mindset, or helping them with goal setting. There could have been a number of topics for the tour.
Who decides what cities the tour will go to?
I believe that was Kenny and Deanne that would often decide that.
And is the tour often, strike that. Is the tour usually a one-day event?
Could you please restate the question?
So if a tour goes to a particular city, is it usually one day at that city?
Usually.
Has it ever been more than one day?
You're saying more than one day at a specific city council?
Yes.
I don't believe so. There were a few times we'd have like a get together the night before if people happened to be in town already or in the city. But and the trains weren't always a full day.
Yeah. For each tour, were the trainings similar city to city within that tour? For example, in the 2016 tour, would there be a similar training agenda, and that training agenda would follow through as city by city, or would the agenda or content change city by city?
I don't recall, but it would have likely had some similar content and had some content that would have changed.
Did you attend the tour yourself?
Objection vagues time.
Have you ever attended any of the tours yourself?
I have attended some of the tours, yes.
Not all?
No.
Is there someone from the events team who would be responsible for attending every city in a given tour?
No?
Who would be responsible for the logistics in any given city for the tours?
When specifically?
I'm talking generally. I'm trying to just get a general idea of how things worked. If it varied over years, then let me know. But generally, was the events team responsible for the logistics of the city? Was that outsourced to an IFR who was local, for example?
It was usually someone from the events team. I believe there was a year where we may have used an outside, like one of the event logistics companies that we used for convention, that may have helped with the tour date stops and contracts, etc. But the events team usually handled the logistics of the events.
Were IFRs asked to register for a particular tour stop?
Yes.
And was that done through one of the vendors that we talked about for convention, or did you use different vendors for that?
Throughout the years, there's been various ways of registering for the tour. Some may have been through us, some may have been through those event logistics companies.
Um, Were IFRs asked to pay a fee when registering? Ever?
Jackson, Vegas to time.
I'm talking,
Also foundation.
talking ever.
There may have been. I don't believe they all did, though.
Do you recall any specific tours that had a registration fee?
No.
Oh, so this is, sorry. So handing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 111, which for the record is LLR-WA 00005706. I'll give you a moment to take a look at it. Have you seen this document before?
Maybe?
I mean, for the record, it's an email dated August 14th, 2015 to Deanne from LuLaroe, where fashion meets comfort. And in it, it has a graphic that says Dare to Dream Tour. And then a little bit further down, it has a list of upcoming trainings with dates. Does that look to be an accurate, at least partial list of tour dates and locations for the 2015 Dare to Dream Tour?
Objection, foundation.
It appears to be from September through November.
Okay. And this was a tour that your events team was responsible for managing the logistics for?
I believe so.
Did you attend this training tour at all?
It is very possible that I attended some of them. Definitely did not attend all of them.
Was there anyone from LuLaroe that attended all of the locations on a given tour?
Talking about the 2015 tour?
Talking generally, would there be anyone who would attend, sort of be responsible? You're going to attend every location on a particular tour.
I don't believe so.
Okay, you can put that aside. Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 113. For the record, it's LLR-WA 00006054.
You did say 113, right?
Yes, it's on the document.
Yeah. I just thought I heard a
Oh.
different number, that's why.
I'll give you a moment to take a look and let me know when you're done. Have you seen this document before?
It looks familiar.
The subject says it's a LuLaroe Weekly Home Office Update Notes. Are you familiar with weekly Home Office Update emails?
Yes.
And who are they usually go to?
To independent fashion retailers.
And this email talks about, turning to page, the Bates number ending in 6056. It talks about the 2016 Inspire training tour. Is that a training tour that you were involved in planning and logistics for?
I believe so.
Did you attend any of the training dates listed on this document?
Some, yes.
Which ones did you attend?
I don't recall exactly all of them. I know I went to the Oahu, Hawaii one, the Orange County and San Diego ones, and I believe there were others I attended, but I don't remember exactly. Like the New York one looks like I would have attended, possibly Salt Lake. It's likely I attended more than that. I just don't recall which ones.
Okay. Looking at the message, starting on the first page and going into the second page from Deanne. At the top of the second page, she states, last year our trainings were averaging about 60 to 80 people in attendance. Does that sound about right to you for what the average was for the 2015 training tour?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And then further down, she says we're now seeing between 200 to 500 people coming to learn with us. Does that sound about right?
It sounds about right.
If you wanted to verify that, would there be somewhere in LuLaRoe's documents that you could look to verify?
Oh man, maybe.
Where would you go to look?
I don't know.
You said that earlier that the event registration companies that you use sometimes hold that registration info and sometimes provide it to the events team. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you use an events registration team for the 2016 tour?
I don't remember.
Is there anywhere that the events registration team, or sorry, strike that. Is there anywhere that the events team keeps records of who registered for past tours?
Jackson Foundation.
I am not sure.
If you were trying to determine who registered for a particular event in the past, would there be someone within LuLaRoe that you would go to ask?
I would go to the events team. The person that was leading the events team under my direction at the time is no longer with the company.
And who is that?
Sam Schultz.
When did Sam leave?
I don't remember the exact date.
Do you recall how many years ago it was, or months?
2 or 3 years ago? 2 years? I don't remember.
Was there someone
It's a
who
guess.
Sure. Was there someone who took over for Sam?
Bob Allender.
as person responsible for the events team?
I was responsible for the events team, but Bob had this specific assignment of events director. He
Okay.
led the events team under my direction.
Does Bob still hold that role?
Yes.
Put that one aside. I'm going to turn to the LuLaroe's annual cruise. I believe you said that was an event the events team is also responsible for, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is that that cruise is let me start with that. My understanding is that IFRs can qualify for the cruise through various cruise incentives to be able to attend the cruise each year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What aspects of the cruise is the events team generally responsible for?
Securing a cruise, meaning finding a cruise ship available, working through the negotiation of contracts with our legal and accounting teams, working on the dates and logistics with Kenny, Mark, and Deanne. And then once we had a cruise ship secured, we would have looked at the different ports, different days at sea, and the events team would have been responsible for any branding done on ship. If there's any LuLaroe decals, stickers, branding, posters, content playing on screens, which was usually just like fashion editorial type vibes. We would have been responsible for if there were any meetings on the cruise ship, what those would have been, the schedule. We would have provided a schedule to the independent fashion retailers to know what days we were doing what days we were at port, what days we were at sea, if there's anything happening on the ship while we were at sea, if there's anything happening at port to know about. Would have been responsible for any of the team members attending the cruise to help with logistics and or event production. Many responsibilities. In
terms of the meetings or schedule, who would be involved in deciding what sort of meetings and schedule, strike that, who would have been involved in what sort of meetings would be on at each cruise, generally, either people or roles?
Mark and Deanne, Kenny, Art, myself, mentors, coaches, trainers, other independent fashion retailers. Depending on the year, could have been other individuals. I think Lauren might have been involved with some of the ones from last year. Yeah.
IFRs who attend through the cruise incentive have the cruise fees paid for them by LuLaroe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does LuLaroe also pay for any shore excursions or other events on the cruise?
If we hosted an event for the attendees of the cruise, we likely would have covered the fees for those, but they were generally responsible for their own shore excursions at their own desire and interest.
IFRs responsible for their own travel?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
You also mentioned other events on the cruise. I mean, if there was a dance party, if there was karaoke, lip sync, like any of those other events on the cruise would have been covered by LuLaroe and included with their attendance on the cruise.
Are attendees generally given a swag bag similar to the one you mentioned for convention?
We would often provide them with some sort of swag when they attended the cruise. It could vary from year to year.
Do cruise attendees ever receive any other written materials from LuLaroe?
Yes.
What are those?
Emails with information, emails about logistics, emails about where and how to register, potentially what to pack, emails about dates and timing and schedule. Things of that nature.
Anything passed out at the cruise itself?
I believe we handed out a name badge, like a lanyard with a name badge, and a schedule that would have been printed.
Anything else?
Last year, the year before, possibly the year before, we would hand them a passport, it was called, which was basically just a booklet of activities they could do on the cruise. And if they did them, they could get like a pin or button or something of the sort.
Does LuLaroe have an events app?
Yes.
How is the events app used?
What do you mean?
Well, I guess, what is the events app that LuLaroe maintains?
It is an app where independent fashion retailers can find information about our events.
So what sort of information?
Could be dates and time. Could be information about what is happening during those dates and time. Could be potential speakers. Sorry, not potential. It could be information about speakers or topics being shared and presented. Locations are often shared in the events app.
So if someone attended a particular event, say a cruise, would the specific schedule for that particular cruise be in the events app?
Not likely. I don't remember if we always put cruise information in the events app because there's not always Wi-Fi or service available on cruise ships, which would prevent them from being able to access or utilize any information there. The events app was primarily used for a convention.
Okay.
I think sometimes we had tour on there and other events. Remember, we had difficulties with the cruise because of the connectability.
Sure, understood. So let's talk about convention. That'll be easier. If an IFR attended a particular convention, would they be able to open up the events app and see all of the different events going on at convention that year? You know, the different breakout sessions, the main stage sessions, all of that we discussed earlier?
Likely, yes, if they downloaded and installed the app on their device and it was synced. They should have been able to access information about that event, yes.
And so that would include who might be speaking and on what topics?
It could. Sometimes we kept those things a surprise. We didn't always share who the speakers were. Often we'd share the topic potentially, but not who the speaker was.
Okay. I think we talked, you said also another type of event that the events team has been responsible for is leadership conferences or leadership events. Is that right?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are events where leaders, meaning trainers, coaches, sponsors, and more recently cruise qualifiers, and above in sales, to come to, again, build community, to make friends, share, collaborate, and learn.
And without going too much into the details, is the events team's role similar to the other types of events we've been talking about in terms of the logistics and registration for those events?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, my foot's caught on a cord.
How often does LuLaroe hold leadership conferences or events?
2 to 3 times a year.
Does the location vary?
Yes.
Do IFRs need to pay a registration fee when they attend?
Yes.
What does that fee cover when they pay? Does it include food, lodging, anything else? Or does it include those?
That includes their registration fee, any swag that we would give them, sometimes a meal or meals, and or events that are held.
So the IFRs who attend need to pay for their own accommodations
Yes.
and pay for their own travel.
Yes.
How much is the registration fee usually?
I believe leadership is usually around 99, potentially 149, depending on the timing.
There's something called the Super Saturday. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Is that an event that the events team usually is involved in planning or facilitating?
Not normally.
What is your understanding what Super Saturdays are?
Those are usually local trainings held by leaders, meaning mentors, trainers, coaches, or local retailers for independent fashion retailers in a local area, and usually on a Saturday, but not always.
Just one more document and then we can probably take a break. Second-handed what's been marked as 244. For the record, this is Bates numbered LLR-WA 000-27970. Do you recognize this document?
It looks familiar.
It looks like at the bottom of the first page is an email from Jordan Brady, and it doesn't say who it's to, but then the response is from you. Who's Jordan Brady?
Jordan Brady is my brother-in-law.
And he works for LuLaroe, correct?
Yes.
What is his role?
When he sent this,
Sure, when he said this.
he was, I believe, producing this event.
Was he part of the events team at the time?
Yes.
So did he report to you?
Yes.
And it looks like he's asking you to proof an email and send it back to you, and then you responded with a revised email. Does that sound right?
That looks to be the case, yes.
Okay. And in the email, he says, and in your revised email, it says, there are our top 150 consultants from across the company. They want to spend as much time with the family as they can. With that in mind, Deanne and Mark want you all to be present as possible. What was your understanding of what that meant?
Which part?
The first paragraph in your revision.
It meant that we had an important event with 150 consultants from across the country, and they enjoy spending time with the family and wanted to do so. And so Deanna and Mark wanted us to attend as many of the events as possible so we could be there for them and love on them and support them.
Need you to speak up just a little bit.
Was that an expectation for LuLaroe events more generally beyond just this event?
What was the question?
Was that an expectation to be present at the events, at LuLaroe events more generally beyond just this one leadership event addressed in this email?
Objection, vague.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Was there an expectation for a family to attend LuLaroe events?
Same objection.
Was there an expectation?
Yeah.
They wanted us to attend as many events as we could. If we could not attend an event, there was no repercussion.
If and when you say they wanted us to attend as many events as we could, who's they?
You mentioned Mark and Deanne, and so they was referring to Mark and Deanne.
What's your understanding of why they wanted to attend, the family to attend as much as, strike that. What is your understanding of why Mark and Deanne wanted the family to attend as many events as they could?
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking for your understanding.
Family is important to us, and family is one of our main missions and purposes, to strengthen families. We have a close family, and we wanted as many of our family to be there to love on them and their families.
Okay. We can put that aside, and we can go off the record.
Hold the record at 12:37 p.m. We are back on the record at 1:17 p.m. Please continue.
Okay. I just want to go back and ask a few follow-up questions about some of the events that we were talking about earlier. First, starting with convention. In your view, was attending convention useful for IFRs?
Oh,
Could you reread that, please?
In your view, was attending convention useful for IFRs?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I gather from our discussions earlier today that it was, in your view, useful for the IFRs to attend to meet other IFRs? that fair?
That is a reason,
Yeah.
an element, yes.
Yep. And another reason would be that it's useful for IFRs to attend and meet LuLaRoe employees and staff. Is that fair?
I don't recall ever saying that.
Do you think that it's useful in that way?
I think it's always important to be aligned.
In your view, did LuLaRoe provide useful information at convention to IFRs?
Yes.
And that information was useful for IFRs to run their LuLaRoe businesses?
Yes.
Similarly with the in-person training tours, do you believe LuLaRoe provided useful information to IFRs on those training tours?
Yes.
And then talking about the cruises, we were talking about a little bit about some of the meetings. Would LuLaRoe ever provide trainings on the cruises?
Could you repeat the question?
Has LuLaRoe ever provided trainings at the cruises?
What do you mean by trainings?
Well, has LuLaRoe provided information to IFRs to be useful in their business
On cruises?
on cruises?
We would have meetings on cruises. Sometimes speakers from stage. So yes.
Going back to convention, we were talking about the fees that IFRs paid to attend convention. Were those fees collected by the event registration vendors that you mentioned this morning?
I don't recall if they were collected. Sometimes they may have been collected by the registration company. Other times it may have been collected by LuLaRoe.
Do you have any knowledge as to how LuLaRoe accounted for those fees?
No.
When LuLaRoe, let me step back. Do LuLaRoe employees attend convention?
What do you mean by attend convention?
Do any LuLaRoe employees ever attend convention?
Objection form.
As an attendee or working the event? What do you
Working the
mean?
event.
Yes.
Yes. When a LuLaRoe employee attends the convention, does LuLaRoe ever pay for their accommodations to stay near the convention?
It can at times, yes.
Does LuLaRoe ever provide a per diem or anything for the employee who's working the convention?
Yes.
Do you know how much that per diem is?
Can you pull out your phone from your pocket somewhere? Maybe you have interference.
My phone's down in my pants.
Yes, if you can pass it out your...
It hasn't made any buzzes, movements, rings, or anything.
I can hear it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
I'm not sure what he's hearing. It didn't make any noises.
I think we were talking about the per diem that employees receive. Do you know how much that per diem is?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know who Oliver Luckett is?
Yes.
And who is Oliver Luckett?
Oliver Luckett is a gentleman that wrote a book called The Social Organism, has extensive experience in Facebook and other social media.
Has he ever spoken in any LuLaRoe events?
Yes.
What events?
Oh man, he spoke at a leadership event. I want to say he spoke at Vision, but I don't remember if I'm confusing Vision or leadership. Vision meaning convention. And I believe he spoke at some of the tour stops. I don't remember how many or which ones.
Did you personally hear him speak in any of those events?
Yes, I'm not sure I heard the full duration, but I did hear him on stage.
Okay. Who arranged for him to speak?
What do you mean by that?
Well, let's back up. Whose idea was it for him to ask him to speak at LuLaRoe events?
I don't know.
Were you a part of that decision?
Possibly. I don't remember whose idea it was.
Do you recall when he first spoke at a LuLaRoe event?
I do not.
My understanding is that LuLaRoe holds weekly calls with IFRs. Are you familiar with those calls?
Yes.
Is the events team involved in putting on those calls at all?
No.
Is any other team that you have supervised in the past responsible for putting on those calls?
Yes.
Which teams?
I don't know the specific teams.
Are people that you supervised involved in putting those calls on?
Yes.
Okay, which people?
Jordan Brady. At times, Jason Shelton. Before Jason, Mikey Fettner. Before Mikey Fettner, Justin Segura. These are people from the video team.
Jason, Mikey, and Justin all on the video team? Okay. Anyone else?
Kenny was often involved, but I didn't supervise. Kenny didn't report to me.
Have you personally ever been involved in putting those weekly calls on?
Yes.
What was your involvement, or what has your involvement been?
When?
Over time, how have you been involved in those calls?
Letting people know that they were happening when I was involved with communications. Collaborating with Mark and Deanne and Kenny on what the content of those calls could contain, but not always. Sometimes spoke on those calls, or speak on those calls. Making sure that they happened at times. Sometimes providing a link for them. Often recording them. And putting them up online.
And why would you, sorry, strike that. When you were involved in recording those calls, where online would you put them?
They're on LuLaroe.com.
So the public-facing website?
Yes.
So anyone can go view them?
Yes.
Does LuLaRoe put all of these calls on their website, or only some?
Some.
Do you know why LuLaRoe puts only some and not all?
Usually the recorded ones go online and the live ones do not.
How does LuLaRoe decide which ones will be recorded and which ones will be live?
That varies.
What are some factors that go into that decision?
Timing, travel, content,
Are you familiar with the Q Club?
Yes.
What is the Q Club? Or what was the Q Club?
I don't know.
What's your understanding of what the Q Club refers to?
Objection Foundation.
I'm not entirely sure.
Are you aware of calls the company would hold with potential IFRs called Q Club calls?
I believe we held calls for people in the queue, meaning that we're waiting to sign up.
So those were people who are waiting to sign up as an independent fashion retailer?
Yes.
Were you involved in those calls at all when they were happening?
Not as often. I don't recall if ever being involved.
Are you familiar with calls called the Train the Trainers calls or webinars?
Not entirely.
Have you ever been involved in those calls or webinars?
It's possible.
Are you familiar with calls called the Opportunity Call?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what the Opportunity Call is?
It is or was a call with people interested in being an independent fashion retailer.
And were you involved in setting up or planning for those calls in any way?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who was involved?
Kenny would have been involved.
Does the company still have opportunity calls?
Objection Foundation.
I don't know.
Have you ever attended or listened in on an opportunity call?
Yes.
How often have you done that? How many times?
I don't remember.
Was it a lot? A couple times?
I don't remember how many I've listened to.
Would it be more than 20?
I don't remember.
Do you know how the people who are interested in being an IFR are invited to attend those calls or listen to those calls?
I believe they would have been invited by a retailer.
Are they provided any documents or written materials either before or after the call?
I don't know.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about the marketing team, which I think you oversaw at least until 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you no longer oversee that team?
What do you mean by that?
Well, are you responsible for that team today?
I'm responsible for the look, vibe, and feel, which many of the team on marketing work on and support.
Let's see. Let's start here. Who currently is on the marketing team?
You want a list of everyone? All right, we've got Jordan Delgado. We've got Vanessa, Crystal, Christina, Michelle, Fab, Gladys, Jason, Tim, Grayson, Jason, Kat, Alexis, Justine, Pat, Jordan, Lauren, myself, is there anyone else? Tish, Caitlin, Val, Emily, Summer, I believe that's the current team.
I won't tell anyone if you left them out. So that was a long list of people. I think somewhere in the middle you said Lauren. Was that Lauren Simpson, who you currently report to?
Yeah.
So putting aside Lauren, does anyone on the current team report to you?
Does anyone on the current team report to me? Yes.
Is it the entire current team or portions of the current team?
What do you mean by report? What is your definition of that?
Well, in what ways do you report to Lauren?
In many ways.
So you could provide the ways that you consider yourself reporting to Lauren.
Man, how long do you have?
I mean, just in the topics. You can go.
Projects, timelines, deliverables, ideation, collaboration, creation, schedules, personal schedule, vacation. Man, I could.
So let's do this. If you could go back to Exhibit 243. And look at, again, just paragraph 2 at the end. And this is a declaration, again, you signed, correct? So in this declaration, you said, I also manage and oversee approximately 30 LuLaroe LLC employees on the events team, the design and graphics team, and the marketing team for the benefit of LLR Inc. So at this time, back in 2018, you managed and oversaw the marketing team, correct?
Yes.
It's no longer true that you manage and oversee the entire marketing team.
Objections to
Correct.
form compound.
What was that?
Is it no longer true that you manage and oversee the entire marketing team?
Same objection.
They don't report to me, all of them, if that's what you're asking.
Did they report to you back in 2018 when you signed this declaration?
Yes.
Okay. And now, at least a portion of the marketing team no longer report to you?
Yes.
Okay. But a portion does?
Yes.
Are there certain roles that report to you? For example, people who do certain things for the marketing team?
Yes, but the answer is, I'm trying to understand your question, because as far as reporting, are you asking, do they ask me if they need time off? Do they come to me for...
So I'm talking about you at one point testified under oath that you manage and oversee the marketing team. You no longer manage and oversee the entire marketing team. I'm just trying to understand in what ways do you now only manage and oversee a portion of the marketing team, or do you not manage and oversee anyone in particular on the marketing team? I'm just trying to understand how that's changed over time. That's it.
I'm going to object to the question as being asked and answered and argumentative. The witness has indicated his problems with a particular term, and that's reporting.
So let's put reporting out of it. back in 2018, you managed and oversaw the marketing team. You now say you no longer manage and oversee the entire marketing team, correct? Am I right about that? Okay, I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm just trying to understand. I want to make sure we're on the same page. So, what portions of the marketing team, if any, do you currently oversee and manage?
As previously stated, I currently manage and oversee the social media team, but I'm still responsible for the look, the vibe, and feel of the brand. So photo, video, graphics, I still approve the content that those teams create, but as far as asking for days off, for vacations, they don't report to me for those things.
Got it, okay, I understand. And how many people are in the social media team that report to you? Roughly.
7?
And, does that include in that the list that you named earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So at one point you were responsible for a larger team than you are now. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why was there a change?
Objection, asked and answered.
Go ahead.
What was the question?
Why was there a change in how many people you're responsible for?
Just different areas of focus. Wanted to focus more on the social media presence of LuLaroe, and with Lauren being on the team, there was another executive to share responsibility of leadership reporting.
Okay. So we'll talk about the social media team specifically in a little bit, but for right now I want to talk about the marketing team more broadly. Does that team have responsibilities with respect to LuLaroe's website?
Yes.
What are those responsibilities?
Oh man. Responsible for updating, for photos, videos, design, layout, look, analytics, content, information.
Okay. Is the marketing team responsible for developing print materials regarding LuLaroe?
Please reframe the question or restate it.
Is the marketing team responsible for developing print materials, so materials like hard copy paper materials for LuLaroe?
Yes, they can be.
Okay. Would that include materials for events, like we were talking about, like agendas and that sort of thing?
It could, yes.
You've referred a few times to the look, vibe, and the feel of LuLaroe. What do you mean when you say that?
I mean the way the brand is portrayed in graphics, photos, videos, feeling when you see an image, when you see a post on social media, when you see a video we create. Facebook, LuLaroe's Facebook page, LuLaroe's Instagram page, our website, our marketing assets, our photo shoots, our video shoots, our campaigns, our look at an event, meaning the branding at an event. When someone shows up at an event, what that looks like, what the graphic design of that event, the design of the materials, the design of the stage of the... there's lots of things that go into the look and the vibe and feel of a brand.
Would it be fair to say that it's everything that encompasses the visual part of the brand?
Except for the clothing, yes.
Except the clothing, okay. Do you know who developed the LuLaroe logo?
Yes.
Who developed that?
Scott Wines.
Was Scott Wines a LuLaroe employee?
No.
Was a vendor of LuLaroe?
Subcontract. He was hired to design a logo for us.
Were you involved in that, or was that before you joined LuLaroe?
That was yeah, I was very involved with that.
Who chose the colors of the logo?
When it's evolved.
Well, I guess when it was first developed.
When it was first developed, the colors, I don't know who chose the first colors.
Has LuLaroe engaged in vendors or subcontractors to help with the logo as it's evolved?
I guess I should have asked a question previously. When you say logo, what are you referring to specifically?
Let me, why don't I'll come back to it once we have it in front of us. Does the marketing team ever conduct any brand analyses of the LuLaroe brand?
What do you mean by that?
Does the LuLaroe ever, sorry, strike that. Does the LuLaroe marketing team ever try to analyze the strength of the LuLaroe brand?
Objections to form.
Yes, we're always looking at the brand and how it can be improved.
How do you go about, okay, you can put that one aside. I want to switch gears and talk about the design and graphics team. That was also a team that you were responsible for managing and overseeing, at least back in 2018 when you signed your declaration, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you currently oversee that team?
What do you mean by oversee?
Again, in your declaration, you stated that you managed and oversaw that team back in 2018. Is that still the case?
Well, again, as we've discussed, things have changed since then, so it depends on what you mean by oversee. I'm still responsible for the look, the vibe, and the feel, which that team creates and does. Is that what you mean by oversee? I'm not following.
Again, I'm using your words from your declaration.
Right, but that was in 2018. You're asking currently.
And I'm asking, how has that changed? It sounds like it's changed.
Yes.
How has it changed?
So currently, some of those team members do not report to me. But as far as their vacation time, their days off, those things, but I'm very much involved with them and the look, the vibe, and the feel of the content they're creating.
Currently, how many people are in the design and graphics team?
Design and graphics team, there are 4. One of them I did not mention earlier because he predominantly doesn't do work with the marketing team, except for the events team.
So are some of the people on the design and graphics team also on the marketing team in that list that you provided earlier?
Yes, all of them.
Okay. Generally, what is the design and graphics team's role with LuLaroe?
To design graphics for the brand.
For what sort of materials?
For website, for emails, for marketing campaigns, for social media content, for events, for any design, graphic, brand need.
Does the team provide any sort of design or graphic support for independent fashion retailers?
It can.
In what way?
If an independent fashion retailer was speaking at an event, they would likely handle or work with their, like the slide template, the graphic look and feel of those slides for their presentation. But it's about it to my knowledge.
Okay. So now let's talk about social media. That is a team that you are currently responsible for, correct?
Yes.
When did that first form as a team?
I don't remember.
I think you said that team was about seven or so people?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And what are the current responsibilities for that team?
Ideating, inspiration, research for post content, responsible for posting on our social platforms of Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. They come up with captions for those posts. They reply to comments on those posts. They reply to direct messages on those platforms. They reply to messages on those platforms. They are involved with the planning out of when things are being posted, scheduling those posts, any and all responsibilities as far as social media goes. They work with me on, and they don't often create the content. They just schedule the content and or have ideas and inspiration for the content.
So let's talk specifically about specific platforms. What pages on Facebook are they responsible for? The LuLaroe page.
What was the question?
So I'm talking about, let's just talk about Facebook. I just want to make sure I understand what pages, for lack of a better word, on Facebook they're responsible for. I'm assuming the LuLaroe page. Is that right?
Yes.
Any other pages?
On Facebook? No.
Are they responsible for maintaining any groups on Facebook?
No.
Are you familiar with a group on Facebook called Skirt Associates?
Yes.
Does the social media team have any involvement in maintaining or posting in that group?
That group does not exist any longer.
Has it ever had a responsibility with respect to that group?
The social media team? No.
Okay. Does the social media team have any responsibilities for maintaining or posting the Facebook page for Deanne Brady?
No.
What about Mark?
What about Mark?
Any responsibilities for maintaining any Facebook page for him?
Mark who?
Mark Stidham.
No.
Well, now let's talk about the Instagram page. The social media team is responsible for the LuLaroe Instagram page content?
Yes.
Okay. Any other page on Instagram or account on Instagram?
No.
Does the social media team work with Deanne Brady's Instagram account in any way?
No, I don't believe so.
And then TikTok, is that an account for LuLaroe?
Yes.
Okay. Any other accounts that the
Well,
social media maintains?
LuLaroe has a TikTok account, if that's what you meant.
Yes. Any other accounts on TikTok that the social media team maintains?
You're asking for LuLaroe, because I'm sure many of them have their own.
Sure,
TikTok.
personal, but
Yeah.
for, as part of
Yeah.
the team for their responsibilities. Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Is there any training on the use of social media provided to that social media team?
Yes.
What sort of trainings?
Trainers would be on the look, vibe, and feel, how to post things potentially, what our voice is and should be, topics of content. We'll often share different white pages or white papers from various marketing resources on social media and what that means, other social media experts.
One of the things you said is the voice. What did you mean by that?
Meaning when a caption is written, how does that sound?
Who decides on the voice for the social media team?
That's a collaborative effort.
Who's involved in that effort?
Myself. Are you asking now?
Mm-hmm.
Myself, Jordan Delgado, Crystal, Michelle. Yeah, it's probably the group.
Is there a particular person responsible for the LuLaroe Facebook account?
Yes.
And who is that?
Other than myself?
Yes.
Gladys.
Okay. When Gladys is developing content to post on the Facebook page, do you approve that, or is she authorized to post on her own?
Now I authorize and approve, but she doesn't create content
Who
for
create? Okay,
Facebook.
and that's helpful. Who creates the content?
The marketing team.
So the marketing team creates the content, passes it to Gladys and yourself, and Gladys posts it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually, yes. There have been times I've posted personally, and not Gladys.
Is the social media team involved at all in providing social media training for IFRs?
Please repeat the question.
Is the social media team responsible or have any role in providing social media training for IFRs?
Responsible for in what way?
Well, has the social media team ever helped develop social media training?
Yes.
Who was involved in developing social media training from the team?
Christian Cannon. Myself. Man, some of the experiences we've had at Vision would have had social media training, and there was many people involved with those different experiences, depending on which one we're referencing.
For the ones that you personally were involved in, how were those trainings used, or where were they presented at?
Vision, possibly on stage at a tour stop or leadership, possibly a home office call, or LuLaroe show as we call it now.
Sorry, what do you call it now?
LuLaroe show?
LuLaroe show?
Yeah.
Those are what the calls
Home
are?
office update is now called the LuLaroe show.
For the trainings that you were personally involved in, what sort of topics were covered on social media?
I don't remember.
Would they have included how to sell LuLaroe clothing on social media?
I don't remember.
Would they have included how to build a team through using social media?
I don't remember.
Has LuLaroe ever asked IFRs to provide trainings at LuLaroe events regarding social media?
I'm unsure. Possibly.
Does the social media team at LuLaroe monitor or follow any IFR social media accounts?
I don't know.
So you're currently involved, you're currently in charge of the social media team, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know whether they monitor or follow any IFR social media accounts?
I could go on and look.
So that's how you would find out, is you would go and look at the LuLaroe accounts to see who they're following?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. Has LuLaroe ever produced a podcast?
Yes.
Were you involved in that?
What do you mean?
In any way? Were you involved in the production of the podcast in any way?
Yeah.
Okay. In what ways?
Collaborating on the name, collaborating on what type of content could be shared and recorded, collaborating on the sharing of that content.
What was the name of the podcast?
Make Yourself.
When was it published?
I believe it started January of 2019.
And is it still ongoing?
Yes.
Was there any sort of podcast content before January of 2019?
What does that mean?
Has LuLaroe ever done a podcast before January of 2019?
Like, meaning, has anyone from LuLaroe been a guest on a podcast, or has
Has-
LuLaroe ever produced a podcast?
Produced a podcast.
I don't believe so.
What types of topics are covered on the Make Yourself podcast?
They mostly interview entrepreneurs or people from business backgrounds to talk about business tips, business advice. They also, I believe, have interviewed people that have time management experience. Could be motivation and mindset. It ranges a number of different topics that would be of benefit and value to someone who's an entrepreneur.
Are IFRs ever interviewed or featured?
I don't remember.
How often is the podcast published?
Guesstimate, I believe, weekly, but I know they have had some hiatuses.
Who's responsible for the podcast?
Nikki Santiana.
What team is Nikki on?
She's on the communications team.
And you've been handed what's been marked as exhibit, I think we're at 245, which for the record is base numbered LLR-WA 0002426. I'll let you take a minute to review. Are you familiar with this document?
It looks familiar.
Okay. Just for the record, this is an email from you to a variety of people dated August 8th, 2014, and it's attaching what looks to be called LuLaroe Business Overview 20140808, and then has an attachment that at the top says LuLaroe Fashion Consultant Business Overview. You're familiar with the Fashion Consultant Business Overview document?
It looks familiar, yes.
Is this a document that you helped to create?
I don't remember.
Do you recall why you were circulating the new and revised business overview in August of 2014?
I believe it was because of the branding of it, having the logo and the squares and the name up top and the coloring and the formatting of it.
So you were involved in that aspect of this document?
Yes.
Do you know who at LuLaroe developed the content of the document?
I don't.
Okay. So let's look at the brand at the top. We were talking earlier about the logo.
Yes.
And the colors of the logo. So we were talking about, and I'm trying to find in my notes. I believe you said that there was a subcontractor who helped to develop the logo.
He helped develop the squares.
The square. So that was the aspect of the logo
Yes.
he developed. Okay.
And you asked about the colors.
Yes.
Those colors existed prior to the squares being designed.
Okay. And who chose the colors?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I was not at LuLaroe at the time.
Okay. Do you have any understanding of how this fashion consultant business overview document was used by LuLaroe?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
I don't. Yeah.
Do you know whether it was given to prospective independent fashion retailers?
I don't.
can put that one aside. And I think it's probably a good time for a quick break. Off the
Yes, I
record.
could use the restroom.
We're going off the record at 2:17 p.m.
We are back on the record at 2:26 p.m. Please continue.
Being handed what's been marked as Exhibit 246, which for the record is Bates numbered LLR-WA 000065907. I'll give you a moment to take a look at it.
Okay.
So the first page of this document, Exhibit 246, is an email from James Porter to you and Michaela Lung. I may be mispronouncing that. Dated May 7th, 2015. Do you recall this email?
No.
And it could turn to the, let's go to the next page, 912. Would you have developed or been involved at all in developing photos such as this for this brochure?
Yes.
What would your involvement have been?
I produced the photo shoot.
Did you produce the photo shoot for this photo specifically?
Yes.
I believe I read somewhere that the LuLaroe photo shoots usually feature actual IFRs. Is that right?
Often, but not always.
Okay. Is the woman in this photo, was she an IFR at the time? Do you recall?
This woman I do not believe was an IFR at the time.
Let's see, if you could turn to the page that ends in 917. So looking at 917 and 918 together, there are 5 women featured here. Were these IFRs at the time?
Yes.
Do you know how these IFRs were selected to feature in this brochure?
I don't remember.
Do you know who would have been involved in that decision?
I don't remember. I could guess, and it would have been likely similar to some of the other questions you asked previously of people collaborating on the content. I think you actually asked earlier about who was involved in creating the content for this.
Yeah, and I'm asking just specifically who chose these IFRs.
It likely would have been in collaboration with those people I mentioned earlier, but I don't know who chose these ones specifically. Thank you.
You've been handed what's been marked as Exhibit 247, which is Bates numbered LLR-WA 000-66081. I'll give you a moment to review. Do you recognize this document?
It looks familiar.
Okay. It looks like at the top, the first page, it is an email from LuLaroe where fashion meets comfort to Michael, dated June 19th, 2015. And the subject is LuLaroe, it's Friday, June 19th. Does that, it's Friday phrase mean anything to you?
No, it's a phrase we would often say on Friday, like, yay, it's Friday. So instead of saying Friday, we'd say Friday.
Does this look to you to be an email that was sent out to independent fashion retailers with LuLaroe?
It looks that way, but I'm wondering why the text was on the outside of the design.
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Normally the text wouldn't be outside the design, so it looks to be that way, but...
Okay. Sometimes these emails in our document review system print out a little odd.
Got it.
Is that design, it's Friday with the pineapple, something that the graphics team would have created at the time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and if you could move to the page ending in Bates number 6085. And here at the top of the page, there's a section that says new, hot off the presses starter kits. And it goes on to describe a kit and has a list. Do you see where I am?
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in helping with any of the materials listed there as part of the starter kits?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what a starter kit is?
That would have been this box as seen here that a new retailer would have received when they joined as a retailer.
So it's something they would receive with or around the time of their initial order?
Yeah, it looks here as those included as part of their initial order.
Okay. And then flipping to the next page, you referenced page ending in 66086. There's a box.
Yes.
And that is a photo of the starter kit?
I believe so.
Okay. And then moving to the next page, 66087, there's another photo of a box that's opened. That's the same starter kit?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Then moving to the next page, 66088. There's another photo, and that looks like it's the starter kit with the tissue paper covering the materials opened.
Yes.
Okay. And then moving to the next page, 66089, there's a photo of a variety of materials laid out. Are those the materials that were in the starter kit? In this starter kit?
As stated previously, I don't recall, but it appears to be so from this email.
Okay. And looking at that page, 66086, and looking through the photo, oh, sorry, I misspoke. Looking at 66089, were you involved in helping prepare any of the materials in this, laid out in this photograph here?
Yes.
Which of the materials?
Which of them was I involved with?
Yes.
I believe all of them. Some had more involvement than others.
Okay, and if you could keep that open, but look again at Exhibit 246.
Which one was
The
that?
one we just looked at. And this is the Join the Movement brochure that we're discussing. Looking at Exhibit 247, Bates number 66089, in that photo, there is a brochure that says Join the Movement. Do you see that?
Objection, the picture of a cover doesn't indicate what's below the cover.
Do you see that?
I see what looks to be a Join the Movement image.
Okay. And does that image look to be the same image that is reflected on Exhibit 246, the page ending in Bates number 65908?
What I'm seeing on 66089 at the top appears to be the same or similar to what's on 65908 of document number 246, or exhibit number 246.
So, in other words, at least the first page of the Join the Movement brochure that is part of Exhibit 246 looks to be in the starter kit as reflected in Exhibit 247, Bates number 66089.
Objection, documents speak for themselves.
It appears that way.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection at all as to whether the Join the Movement brochure was included in the starter kit?
It appears so, but again,
That's not the question. The question,
Yeah.
does it refresh your recollection?
does it refresh my recollection? That's an interesting question because I don't recall it. So does that refresh my not recalling it?
Let me ask you this, and I'll ask the counsel not to coach the witness, please.
Not coaching the witness.
I'll ask you to keep your objections to form, please. Does it appear to you, based on the review of these two documents, Exhibit 247 and Exhibit 246, that the Join the Movement brochure was included in the starter kit materials in June of 2015?
Objection, asked and answered. Also, documents speak for themselves.
It appears that way. That's my phone, sorry. You can just deny it. Oh, it's my daughter? Can I, is that a,
We
sorry.
can go off the record.
Of the record at 2:55
She's
p.m.
8.
Back on record at 2:58 p.m. Please continue.
Okay, so we are still looking at Exhibit 247. And if you could turn to the one Bates numbered 66085. And that is the list of what comes in the starter kit. And about the third item on the list says Join the Movement Bullets 10 count. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that refer to the Join the Movement brochure that we've been looking at?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Go ahead.
Possibly.
Does it appear that it does to you?
Objection, asked and answered.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm not sure of the content of this booklet here. In regards to, I'm not sure the version date here versus what's referenced here.
Was it your understanding that there were 10 copies of a version of the Join the Movement brochure included in the starter kit in 2015?
What was the question again?
Was it your understanding that there were 10 copies of a version of the Join the Movement brochure included in the starter kit in 2015?
I didn't recall, but this email seems to say that there was.
Okay, you can put those aside. So you're now being handed what's been marked as
Thank you.
Exhibit 248, which is Bates number LLR-WA 000-65720. moment to take a look.
Okay.
Okay, so for the record, this is an email from James Porter dated Friday, April 10th, 2015 to you and Mikola. So again, James Porter was the subcontractor that LuLaroe and had engaged at the time to help with printing of certain graphics. Is that right?
Yes, it was a subcontractor that would print tangible items for us.
Okay. And here again, James Porter is asking you and Mikola to review and approve proofs of certain materials.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall these materials?
The form looks familiar, but yeah, they look familiar.
Were you involved in helping to develop them?
Likely, yes. On the design side of things.
If you could look at the second page, Bates number 65721.
Yes.
This is a page that says, has the LuLaroe logo and it says, love to shop, want free clothes, ask me how. What was your understanding of the purpose of this document?
This would appear to be something to share that if you hosted a pop-up, you could get free clothes.
Do you know how LuLaroe used this document?
Objection. Foundation assumes facts not in evidence.
I don't remember.
Looking to the next page, Bates number 65723. Do you recall this document?
The form looks familiar.
Do you recall helping develop a document like this?
Objection. Vague.
Not specifically.
Do you know how this document was used?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
I do not.
If you could keep that in front of you. Well, actually, let me go to the next page. 65725, which is a LuLaroe sizing chart. Have you seen this before?
It looks familiar.
Did you help develop this document?
I don't recall.
Okay, if you could keep that in front of you. But let's go back to Exhibit 247, which was the starter kit photographs and list. And if you could turn to an Exhibit 247, Bates number 66085. And on 66085 at the bottom of the list, there's a line that says sizing chart.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that sizing chart refers to a chart like the chart in Exhibit 248, Bates number 65725?
Objection, vague, lacks foundation.
Go ahead.
Possibly.
And looking at, again, at the list of starter kit materials in Exhibit 247, a few lines up from the bottom, there's a line that says pop-up boutique signs, and then in parentheses it says 2 count. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it possible that that item refers to Exhibit 248, Bates numbers 65721 and 65723?
Objection, lack foundation.
I don't know.
You could, looking again at Exhibit 248, look at the page that ends in Bates number 65727. Which is a photograph with the words welcome. Who is in that photograph?
That is Mark and Deanne Stidham.
Were you a part of the photo shoot for this photograph?
Yes.
And again, if you could keep that open, but I want to compare it to Exhibit 248. If you could look at Exhibit 248, the Bates number 66087.
247?
66087?
No, but 240, you're asking us to look at 248 twice, I
Oh,
think.
sorry. Let me start again. We're looking at 248, Bates number 65727, the photograph of Mark and Deanne Stidham. And then if you could compare that to Exhibit 247, Bates number 66087, which is a photograph of the starter kit open with a paper or card inside with a photograph that says welcome. Does that look to...
I'm sorry, finish.
Does that look to be the same photograph of material that we're looking at in Exhibit 248, Bates number 65727?
Objection. Council's question assumes that this box is a starter kit that's open.
Please.
Assumes.
Mr. Flaros, I know that you haven't been admitted yet as Pro Hoc Vice in our court, but I will remind you that the Washington court rules require you to keep your objections to form and not have speaking objections. I'll request that you keep your objections to form, or we will take a break and we will get the court on the call.
Be happy to do that.
Go ahead.
It appears that that's the same image.
Okay, thank you. Looking back again at Exhibit 248. We're going to look at Bates number 65731. Which is a photograph of two women and the words 72-hour game plan. Are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes.
Were you involved in the photo shoot for this?
Yes.
And are there two women in the photo IFRs?
These two were not.
Okay, so those were models.
What do you mean by models?
They were hired for the photo shoot?
Yes. One was a friend, and I believe she was, I don't remember where she came from,
Okay.
but she's someone we know.
Okay. So again, looking at Exhibit 248, Bates number 65731, and then comparing it to Exhibit 247, and here we're going to turn to Bates number 66089. Does it appear to you, if you look at 66089 of Exhibit 247, which is the photograph of various starter kit materials, at the bottom right-hand corner, there's an image of two women with the word 72-hour game plan. Does that appear to you to be the same image?
Objection form.
I can't tell. The photo looks the same, but it doesn't look like it's the same document that's in this image.
I'm just looking at the very top, just the image with the 72-hour game plan at the top.
Objection asked and answered.
Right, but I can't tell if that's part of the same piece of collateral. If there's two separate things there.
Okay. You can put that, let me see. You can put 247 aside for just a minute. And then, looking again at 248, if you could turn to the page Bates numbered 65729. Which is a graphic that says LuLaroePromo.com, come shop now. Do you know what LuLaroePromo.com is?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is a website where you could find branded tools and products to help you promote and succeed in your business. As stated on the following page.
Just for the record, the following page is 65730.
Yes.
Okay. Did any of the teams you supervised at the time help create any of the materials that were available on LuLaroePromo.com?
Yes.
And how so?
Your question was, did we help design or create?
Mhm.
We helped to design and create.
Okay. In the image that is at 65730, there's, it looks like 4 different photographs of a t-shirt. It's kind of hard to see, but maybe a clipboard, a bag, and a water bottle. Are those the type of materials that were on LuLaroePromo.com?
Those are some of them, yes.
Were there ever written materials on LuLaroePromo.com?
Objection form.
I don't recall. Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, I think you got that right. It does say clipboard. I didn't know what that was.
Well, it's a clipboard and a pen.
Yep. Okay. You can put that aside.
Okay.
Do you know whether LuLaroe still provides a starter kit to new IFRs?
I don't know.
And looking again at Exhibit 248, sorry, I told you you could put it aside, but at the very last page, again, is a document. Let's see, just for the record, it's 65733, and at the top it says PDF acceptance, and that, again, looks like it's some sort of electronic acceptance system, but that's similar to what we looked at before, not a system you're familiar with.
I don't remember.
Okay. And in the email in Exhibit 248, you are being asked to review and approve the proofs attached, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mikla and I were. Thank you.
You've now been handed what's been marked as Exhibit 249, which is base numbered LLR-WA 00065-735, which is an email from you to James Porter. The subject, LLR, 6 different cards, press proof. Does this look to you to be your approval of the press proof that we just reviewed in Exhibit 248?
No.
Why not?
Because it says there were 6 different cards. I don't. Were these 6 different cards? Oh yeah, I didn't look at the subject of that. So, yes, it would appear that that is the approval of those 6 different cards.
So just to make sure we're clear in our record, Exhibit 249 is an email from you reflecting your approval of the materials that are attached to the email at Exhibit 248.
Yes, it appears that way.
Thank you.
It looks like I did not use that form, which is why the form doesn't look familiar to me.
Sure, understood. And it's been marked previously as Exhibit 232. Here.
Okay.
Okay, so for the record, Exhibit 232 is an email from LuLaroe to Justin Lyon dated April 9th, 2014. Does this email look familiar to you?
No.
It's a long time ago, I know.
Yes.
It says from LuLaroe, although then it has a message that's signed regards Kenny. Would you assume that that would mean Kenny Brady?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And I can explain, I believe.
Go ahead.
In my contacts, I believe at that time, under LuLaroe, Kenny's email address was associated, so whenever an email would come in from Kenny, it would say LuLaroe.
Oh, I understand. Okay. And then it says, "Hey, HUD." Is that referring to you?
Yes.
Is that a nickname?
Yes, HUD is a nickname.
Okay. And then he's asking you to review the following onboarding email.
Yes.
did you have any understanding as to why he was asking you to review that?
I don't remember.
Back in 2014, was it your responsibility to review emails such as this?
What do you mean?
Was that part of your role?
Objection form.
My role at the time, remember one of the things we discussed earlier was communications. And also Kenny does not pride himself on his literature abilities, so he would often send things to me to ask for my feedback on language, punctuation, things of that nature, typos, spelling.
Okay. And he refers to it as an onboarding email. Do you have any understanding as to what that means?
I don't.
I'm going to put that one aside. I'm going to talk about a little bit about your role in communications that you just mentioned. If you could describe that role a little bit more, what did that role entail?
At that time, that role entailed seeing and approving any emails or messages that went to the independent fashion retailers.
And during what periods did you hold that role?
I don't even remember. Yeah, I transferred to art. When was that? I honestly don't remember the day. Or the time, I don't even remember if it was 17, meaning 2017, 16. Yeah, I don't remember.
Sounds like maybe 3-4 years ago. Does that sound about right?
Possibly, yeah. I don't remember. I guess would be the best you'd get from that.
When you were responsible for communications, including seeing and approving messages to IFRs, was there a process for your review and approval of those messages?
We were a small startup at the time, so it would have been something probably similar to this. Someone sending an email saying, here's something we'd like to go out. There wasn't a formal process necessarily.
Did you have others that assisted you with that role?
Yes.
Who were those people?
Nikki Santiana assisted. I believe Art would look at things also.
Art McCracken.
I don't remember who else would have been looking at communications. And I mean, it's possible Mark and Deanne looked at things as well. Yeah, I don't recall any other team members back then in regards to communications.
As part of your role in communications, did you ever develop the content of messages to IFRs?
I don't remember.
I want to talk, switch gears a little bit and talk about training videos for IFRs. Have you ever been involved in developing training videos for IFRs?
Yes.
What sort of videos have you been involved in developing, just generally?
Generally for LuLaroe? Or training videos specifically?
Training videos.
Man, I don't remember. I know there were videos produced. I don't remember the exact content of those training videos.
Well, I'm going to say let's take a break.
We're going off the record at 3:25 p.m. We're back on record at 3:44 p.m. Please continue.
Okay, so I want to circle back to a couple of the things we were talking about before we took a break. Do you have any understanding of what materials LuLaroe currently provides to new IFRs?
Objection form.
I do not.
Okay. And
Thank you.
so now we're looking at Exhibit 249. Oh, sorry. We're looking at Exhibit 250, which is Bates number LLR-WA. Strike that. Bates number LLR-WA 000133336. I'll give you a moment to take a look.
Okay.
So this is an email from you to a long list of people, copying Kenny Brady. Subject is notes on videos dated January 15th, 2016. Do you recall this email?
No.
It looks like it has links to a series of videos that you refer to in the email as University videos, spelled Y-O-U. Do you recall a series of videos called the LuLaroe University videos?
I see them here. I don't recall the contents of them. But I recall a series of videos called University, which these appear to be them.
And were you involved in creating the series of videos called University?
What do you mean by that?
Were you involved in any way in creating them?
I believe my team was involved in filming some of them. I'd have to go back and watch them to remember.
Okay, so the email has a series of titles with links to Vimeo. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so someone on my team went to Vimeo and downloaded all of those. So I'm going to show all or some of them to you. So why don't we look at the first one, the one called Hostess Prep?
Are you saying you're going to show us parts of them or the whole thing, or?
Some I'm going to show part, and some of them I'm going to show the whole thing. We'll see.
I emailed and we choose a date, and then we begin kind of the process of, let me make your flyer, I'll send you your flyer, and with that I tell them, this is what I want you to do with your flyer specifically. I want you to send it to this many people. These are the outlets that I want you to use. I want you to text these people. I want you to call your really close friends. I want you to touch base with people. Don't just use social media to do that. You want to physically, talk to people. I try to set that on the front end, and then I try to follow up. So if we're 3 or 4 weeks out, I'll touch base the next week.
I do like to set goals with my hostess. I give them an expectation. If you only have 5 people there, you might get one free thing. If you have 35 people there, you're going to have a whole closet of free clothes, and that is really motivating to them.
The more generous you are, the more likely your hostess is to book another party with you. The more likely she is to tell her friends, you have got to book a party with this girl. I got so much free clothing. We had a blast. If you go to bat for hostess by giving her free stuff, she's going to go to bat back for you. I give away more stuff than I, technically should. If I have a party that sold 27 pieces, normally she should get like 2 pieces for free. I will probably give her like 3, 4, or 5. If she was a great hostess and she worked so hard to get people there, I want to reward her for that. And I want to show her that I know she put in the work to make that party awesome for me. And I wanted to do it again. And so to me, the more generous you are, the more it comes back. But I do tell them just real basic things I feel like are kind of common sense, but I think it's a good thing to put out there to your hostesses. Hey, I'm going to arrive about 45 minutes early to set everything up. We'll probably just set up in your living room. That works great. So if you can just have it kind of tidy so that I have room to set all my things up. If you have animals, I ask people to put them away somewhere so that they're not running around the clothes. And maybe clean a bathroom. Have somewhere for somebody to change into. I tell people all the time, it's the easiest party that you will ever host. You invite your friends, maybe clean a bathroom, and I do the rest.
So just for the record, I'm going to admit that video as Exhibit 251. I have a slip sheet for that. So 251 is base number WA-AG005876, and the title of the video says Hostess Prep, LuLaroe University. Does watching that refresh your recollection of this series of videos?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. So how were you involved in producing these series of videos?
Was involved with making sure we had the location, making sure we had a crew to film them, making sure we had mics to film the retailers being interviewed. I don't recall who was involved with their travel, who would have booked them, and who would have chosen who they were. Editing, we would have been involved in the editing of them. Thank you.
Was there a script used for the videos?
I don't remember.
How were the university videos used by the company once they were produced?
I don't remember, even if we did.
Were they shared with IFRs?
I don't remember.
Were they placed on the LuLaroe website?
I don't remember.
Councilman, when you show just a piece, your representations, that's just a selected piece. It's not like edited together, it's just...
We just actually showed the entire video called Hostess Prep.
I appreciate it, but I'm saying, some you said there may be just pieces, but it's not like an edited version, it's just a segment.
No, and I'll make sure the record
Okay.
flicks if I'm just showing a segment.
Thank you.
So you're being showed what's been marked as Exhibit 252.
Thank you.
Which is base numbered LLR-WA 000-28653. I'll give you a moment to take a look.
Do you see 253? Oh, 53 is about.
Yeah. Okay, so actually,
Thank you.
so I'm going to now play for you what's we're going to mark as Exhibit 253, which is the university video base numbered WA-AG 005880, titled Inventory.
I place an order minimum of once a week, sometimes twice a week, depending on how busy my party load is. Minimum once a week. You have got to be getting that inventory to the point where you are rolling over patterns all the time. Once you get further on in your business, you will find that ladies come to your parties all the time. The same people, because they're addicted. They become your Lula addicts, and they are addicted to the product, and they want to see all the new stuff. So if you're not having new patterns rolling in at least once a week, they're not going to be interested in coming and seeing your stuff all the time. And so to me, it's important. You've got to have a good inventory. You've got to have a good selection. And you need to be ordering because it's important for your business to see those patterns roll over. I have created a culture in my business that my customers know that those boxes arrive every single Thursday. They know it. They know even what day they are texting me. Did your shipment come yet? Did your shipment come? What's in there? What'd you get in my size? And that urgency that I have created, because they know that I order every week, because they know it comes in and it goes out fast, they're jonesing for it. They want it. They want to know what I got, and they want to be the first to come check it out and see it. So I order every single week. Living in Denver in the middle of the country, I order on a Monday and I receive it on Thursday. To me, that's totally normal. And especially once you get in the groove and you know that that's your timetable, you know how far in advance you need to be ordering. And so you just make a schedule.
When I started carrying over 700 pieces is when my business really took off. I carry 800 to 900 pieces now, and I have really decent parties 90% of the time. There's always a dud. I think it's important if you're going to carry an item to have at least 10 in each size to give them a really good selection to pick from. If you have 4 hanging on a rack, you're not going to sell any of them, because even if they like it, they just feel limited. I have to pick one of these, you know. Giving them a good selection in each size and each style is important.
I carry almost everything, yeah. Basically everything that LuLaroe offers, minus maybe one skirt style. I don't carry the Jill is the only thing, but I carry pretty much every style that LuLaroe offers. I try and carry 10 in each size. I think having selection is so important. If you have 2, 3, or 4 in a size, and I walk up to that size and I love that body style, but I don't really love those prints, I'm gonna walk away from there buying nothing. But if I have 10, I might buy 3 of those because there are options, and I love it, and I love how it looks on me, and I love the size, and I love the fit, and then I love those prints too. So the more you have, the more you sell. I tell people all the time, you cannot sell from an empty cart. So if you want bigger sales and you want bigger parties, you have to invest in yourself and invest in your business. The bigger inventory, the bigger parties that you're going to have.
When I first started, it was the very last of our money in our savings, and so it was a really big deal for my family. We had 4 really small kids. This was kind of it for us. It had to work. As I was making money and profits, I spent the first several months pouring it all back into building my inventory to a place where I felt I could have a couple parties a week and be comfortable and confident in my selection.
My goal when I started LuLaroe was for the first 4 months, I was not going to pay myself, which I know sounds a little crazy for new girls. You've made a really big investment and you're going to work really hard and you're not going to pay yourself, but I didn't. Because for me, it was all about the long term. It was about looking 2 years from now, and I wanted to have a big inventory, a successful business, and a big customer base. So I knew in the short term, I needed to put in the work to get those rewards. So I didn't pay myself for the first 4 months, and I put every dollar back into that inventory. If I sold 1 skirt, I bought 2 back. And so I went from, I think, 300 pieces to 1,200. I now carry 1,200 pieces. And yes, it is a lot to lug in and out of houses. It is my workout. I lug LuLaroe. Who needs CrossFit when you have LuLaroe? But it is so important because when I lug all that in there and those women see it, their eyes light up and they say, this is like a store. This is amazing. This is not what I expected. It blows their mind as to what a home party is. It really blows it out of the water. And so I think it sets a standard for them and they see what it's like. They want to host. They want to invite their friends. They want to be next.
So do you recall this video, now having seen it, called Inventory LuLaroe University?
What do you mean by the question?
Do you recall the video itself?
No.
Were you a part of creating it?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I don't recall the contents of it. If that's what you meant by, do you recall the video?
Why did LuLaroe decide to create a video regarding inventory?
Objection form.
I don't know.
Who was responsible for creating the content in this video?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about in-person trainings. Were you ever involved in developing in-person trainings at all for IFRs?
What does that mean?
Were you ever involved in developing what would be covered in trainings, the content, or planning for trainings, for in-person trainings?
And what do you mean by an in-person training? Are you talking about one of our events?
Any type of training for IFRs that happened in person.
Was I ever involved in creating, what was the question again?
For creating content or any arrangements for trainings?
Yes.
What type? Let me back up. We've talked about various places trainings might have happened. Sometimes trainings happened at convention, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes they happened on these in-person tours, correct?
Yes.
Would LuLaRoe ever film those trainings?
I believe so.
And when it did film those trainings, where would the videos of those trainings go?
Often we film them to show a recap of the event, and they would go on, I don't even remember exactly where they would go. They'd be shared with the retailers, though. Might have been through an email. Might have been in their back office.
And when you say recap of the event?
Social media, like a highlight reel, just some of the things that happened at the event. Could have been people speaking, could have been some of the parties, could have been footage of people at the trainings, could have been just anything that happened during the event.
Would LuLaRoe ever film a training entirely and then share it with retailers who weren't able to be there?
I believe so.
And how would they share it?
I don't remember.
Would it be on their website?
Objection Foundation.
What do you mean by website?
LuLaRoe website.
Lulu.com? No. I don't believe we ever shared filmings or recordings of trainings at events on Lulu.com.
Do you ever recall or do you know what, no, let's strike that. Are you familiar with a website or a page on a website called Share the Freedom?
Sounds familiar.
Do you know what that is?
Is it currently on Lulu.com?
I'm sorry?
Is it currently on Lulu.com?
I'm just asking you if you're familiar with Share the Freedom, if you know what that is.
Share the freedom is a phrase we have used at LuLaRoe.
Okay. What does it mean?
It means if you've found freedom in your life through being a retailer at LuLaRoe, that's a great thing to talk about.
Talk about it with prospective IFRs?
With anyone. I mean, if you found freedom in your life because of something, because of being involved with LuLaRoe, I would welcome sharing that with anyone.
Has there ever been a web page called Share the Freedom available for IFRs?
What does that mean?
Has there ever been a web page called Share the Freedom that IFRs could access?
It sounds familiar, but I don't recall. Thank you.
And handed what's been marked as Exhibit 254. Beats numbered LLR-WA 000541103. I'll let you take a moment to look at it.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like at the bottom, there's an email from Callie Smith to you, Justin@LuLaroe.com. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Who is Callie Smith?
Callie Smith is a retailer.
And then in the email, I guess at the bottom, it says it's signed Zach Smith. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Zach is her husband.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the email was coming from Callie?
No.
Or no? Do you recall this email?
No.
Okay. Looking at the email that Callie.
Thank you.
Handed what's been marked as Exhibit 255, beats numbered LLR-WA 000518883. I'll give you a moment to take a look. so this first page of this exhibit is an email from Sadie.LuLaroe to you and Kenny Brady. The subject is Sadie and Nicole PP from convention, and it's dated October 9th, 2015. Do you know who Sadie is in this email?
Yes, Sadie Thompson.
And she was a LuLaroe IFR at the time?
Yes.
And Nicole, who she refers to, also was a LuLaroe IFR at the time?
No.
Who's Nicole?
Nicole is my sister-in-law, who was the founder of Dot Dot Smile, who made children's clothing we sold at the time.
Did Sadie and Nicole present at convention that year in 2015?
I believe so.
And the slides that Sadie attaches to the email, were these the slides that she and Nicole used in their presentation?
I don't remember.
Do you recall when the convention was in 2015?
It would have been July, I believe.
So would have been before this email?
Yes.
Do you know whether these slides were provided to LuLaroe prior to the convention?
I do not.
Do you recall why Sadie was sending you and Kenny the slides?
I do not.
You said Nicole is your sister-in-law. Is she related to you on your wife's side of the family?
Yes.
Is she, how is she related to your wife's side of the family?
She's my wife's sister.
Okay. So she's also Deanne's daughter.
Yes.
If you could turn to in the did you attend the social media presentation by Sadie and Nicole at convention that year?
I don't remember.
You can put that aside. Are you familiar with a website called LuLaroe Custom?
Sounds familiar.
Do you have any understanding of what the purpose of that website is?
I believe it's what used to be LuLaroePromo.com. Excuse me.
Earlier, we were talking about the process for submitting materials if they have the LuLaroe logo on them for LuLaroe to approve. Is there a process for submitting materials even if it doesn't have the LuLaroe logo on them?
I don't understand
Well,
the
for
question.
example, let me back up. Does LuLaroe expect leaders to train the IFRs in their downlines?
What do you mean?
Does LuLaroe expect leaders to provide information about how to run a business, how to build a business to the IFRs in their downlines?
We would anticipate that someone sponsoring a retailer would train them and help them, and if there are leaders, that they would be leading and training the people that they have on their teams.
Do those sponsors or leaders ever develop materials to aid them in training new IFRs?
I don't know, but I'm sure they do. I would be surprised if no, but I have no idea.
Okay. Does LuLaroe have a process for submitting those materials for approval by LuLaroe?
No. Thank you.
Been handed what's been marked as Exhibit 256, base number LLR-WA 000-23312. Okay. Just for the record, Exhibit 256, an email from Kim Roylance to you and LuLaroe, dated March 18th, 2014. And the subject was LuLaroe business opportunity. And I believe earlier you said in your context you had Kenny associated with LuLaroe. And so that's, is your understanding that that LuLaroe would be Kenny then?
Yes.
Okay. Who is Kim Roylance?
Kim Roylance is a LuLaroe retailer.
And in this email, she's sending you an email, or at least a message that she says she's sending to new consultants. Do you have any understanding of why she was sending this to you?
Counsel, would you just read that first sentence? I think you misstated it. Is potential new consultants instead of new consultants.
Potential new consultants. Okay.
What
So
was the
let me start again.
Yeah.
In this email, Kim is sending to you and to Kenny a message that she says, "This is what I'm sending to potential new consultants." Did you have any understanding of why she was sending this to you?
I do not remember.
Was she sending to you for your approval?
Protection Foundation.
I do not remember.
Do you recall receiving this message?
No.
At the time, if a retailer sent you something like this, a message that they're sending to potential new consultants, what would you have done with it?
Objection, complete hypothetical. Foundation.
I don't know.
If you saw something in the content of this email that you did not approve of, what would you have done?
That's vague and relative. What would I have done?
Would you have done anything about it if you had seen something in the content of this email that you didn't like?
Same objection.
Yeah, if there's something that was not in line, again, I don't know what this email is and why she was sending it to us. I don't remember.
So if an IFR sent you material that they had developed for potential new consultants that contained inaccuracies, would that have troubled you?
Objection, form.
Go ahead. And putting this aside, I'm asking beyond this email.
So what was the question?
If an IFR had sent you material they had developed for a potential new consultant that contained inaccuracies, would that have troubled you?
Same objection.
Yeah, if there was information that was not proper, we would have definitely talked about it, addressed it, and made sure it was proper.
Okay. When you say we would have definitely have talked about it, who's the we in that?
Well, she sent to Kenny and I.
Okay.
So Kenny and I would have likely talked about it and talked about it with Mark and Deanne. And then if there was problematic content, we would have likely talked to Kim in this instance. But that wasn't your question.
Do you recall any follow-up conversations with Kim regarding this email in Exhibit 256?
I don't remember. I do not recall.
Put that aside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm being handed what's been marked as Exhibit 257, which is base numbered LLR-WA000238228. I'll give you a moment to take a look.
Sounds like you lost somebody.
Maybe did.
Oh, right.
Okay. So Exhibit 257. Looks like an email from, again, from LuLaroe, which is Kenny Brady, correct?
Possibly. I see the previous ones looked like all capital LuLaroe, so I'm guessing this was Kenny as well.
The message says, have you
Yeah.
seen this? See attachment, and it says Kenny B.
Yeah, I would guess Kenny, yes.
Okay. And he is forwarding you an email from Kim Roylance, and it attaches what's called Fashion Stars Training Workbook. Have you seen this document before?
I don't remember.
Do you recall why Kenny was sending it to you?
No.
Okay. The LuLaroe Fashion Stars Training Workbook, it's Bates number 23831. This has the LuLaroe logo on it on the top, correct?
Yes.
So at the time, per your recollection, any materials with the LuLaroe logo, if created,
Thank you.
so you've been handed what's been marked as Exhibit 258, which is Bates numbered LOR-WA 000774443. I'll give you a moment to take a look. So Exhibit 258 is a document titled March 2018 Report. Are you familiar with this document?
Vaguely.
You've seen it before?
This specific one, I don't recall.
Have you seen reports like this with this format?
It looks familiar.
What's your understanding of what this report is?
It is a report of the social media accounts of LuLaroe's Twitter, the support Twitter account, LuLaroe's page on Instagram and Facebook, and the supply pages on Instagram and Facebook. So social media.
Do you know who prepares this report?
This was, I believe, Christian Cannon, or someone on his team.
Does he prepare it using some sort of software that gathers the information?
Objection form.
I don't know. I don't recall.
And Christian Cannon is a member of the social media team, correct?
Was.
Was? No longer?
Mhm.
Okay. But he was in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. How did the social media team use report or this type of information in Exhibit 258?
I don't know.
Sounds like you've seen other reports in this style.
What do you mean?
Have you seen other reports, maybe not from March 2018, but had this type of information in them?
Possibly. It looks familiar, but I don't recall.
How often does the social media team prepare these types of reports?
I don't know. How often they did prepare these, I don't know.
You can put that aside. I want to go back to the website, and we were talking about the Google Analytics. Do you know if the company still uses Google Analytics to track its website?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit more about what was on the website.
Thank you.
So I've been handed what's been marked as 259, which is base numbered LOR-WA 000-23574. Have you seen this document before?
Meaning, have I seen this email before?
Yeah.
I mean, it appears that I sent it, so I would assume yes.
Okay. In the email, the bottom is an email from, it looks like April Catlett to you in April 18th, 2014. And April was an IFR at the time?
It appears to be so. She
Okay.
says that in her signature line.
In the email, she says, I can't find myself on the consultant map on the LLR website. Do you know what she's referring to there in the consultant map on the LLR website?
I don't remember.
Do you remember there being a consultant map on the website in 2014?
There's one currently. I don't remember what the form or function of it in 2014 was. I could speak more to the current one.
What does the current consultant map? Well, let me do this. You can put that one aside. Handing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 45.
Thank you.
Space number WA-AG-001179. Does this look familiar to you?
It looks familiar, yes.
This is a capture of the LuLaroe website, LuLaroe.com. And at the top, it says find a retailer near you, and then there's a map. What is your understanding of what this is?
When was this captured?
It has 2017,
Yeah.
copyright 2017 at the bottom. That's all I can tell you. I'm not going to ask you, I'm asking you generally right now. We can zero
Okay.
in on certain periods of time.
So without asking about this specific capture, you're saying, I'm not sure what your question is.
So do you have an understanding of what this image is? Have you seen an image like this before? To find a retailer near you
Yes.
with a map. And is this a feature that has been on the LuLaroe website in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Is this feature still on the LuLaroe website?
Yes.
Okay. What does LuLaroe call the feature internally? I just want to make sure I'm using the right term for you.
It goes by a few different terms. It could be defined as the find a retailer page on the website. Could be the retailer map. Could be the map on the website. When I say website, I mean LuLaroe.com. Could be the LuLaroe retailer map, as you see the URL is up above.
Mm-hmm. What's your understanding of the purpose of the retailer map?
For a customer to be able to find a retailer that lives near them, or a potential customer.
And what do you mean when you say customer?
Well, I think it says here, whether you're looking to join the movement at LuLaroe or wanting to host a pop-up, this is a great place to start. Use the map to locate an independent retailer near you.
So you define a customer as someone who wants to join or to host a pop-up boutique?
Could be, or to purchase the clothing.
Is it possible that people use this retailer map when deciding whether to join LuLaroe as a retailer themselves?
Anything is possible.
So that's a yes?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that.
Is it possible that someone wanting to join LuLaroe as a retailer might use this map to see if retailers are located near them?
It is possible, yes.
Did you ever hear of that happening?
I don't remember.
Has LuLaroe made changes to its retailer map over time?
Yes.
What sort of changes has it made?
Oh, the many changes to the function, to what's displayed, to how it's displayed, to graphic. I don't believe that's still the current graphic up top on that page. We would make adjustments and changes as needed or as wanted.
Who built the, I don't know if I'm going to use the right term, so correct me if I'm wrong, but who built the sort of software or the functionality of the website, of this retailer map?
Objection form.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Did LuLaroe engage a vendor to help build the retailer map?
Objection foundation.
I don't know.
You said that LuLaroe has made various changes regarding function. What did you mean by that?
Meaning, currently you can, if you go to LuLaroe.com's, find a retailer page of the website, which I don't know if it's still called Find a Retailer. You can search by certain products or capsules. Over time, we've added different additions. Like, you weren't always able to see all the features here that like underneath looks like Alex Loba. I don't know how, I can't quite see that. It's very pixelated. The first one's email, the second one's phone. Can't tell what that third one is. The fourth one is their Facebook page. Fifth one would be their Instagram page. So those features weren't always available. So we would make improvements to help people connect with retailers.
We're all, so in very basic terms, the way the Find a Retailer page works and has worked is that you could enter in your location and find retailers on a map that are near you in that location. Is that an accurate summary?
Ish.
Ish.
You could find retailers that had submitted their info
Okay.
and requested to have their information put on the website.
Okay, so it only included retailers who had requested to be included?
Yes.
Okay. Has that always been the case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How would a retailer request to be included?
There's a process that they would complete, which would then allow their information, and whatever information types they submitted, to be displayed.
What is that process?
I currently don't know.
Do you have any understanding of what that process was in the past?
I know that there's a form that they would fill out, and once they've filled out that form and clicked send or submit, whatever it was, it would then go to the team that would update this.
Was that a form they could submit through the back office?
I believe so.
Do you recall any other changes made to the feature over time?
I'm sure there's been many. I don't recall all of them.
Has there ever been a time when the feature included all IFRs, regardless of whether they had submitted or not?
I don't remember. I believe it was always voluntary, but I don't remember. Thank you.
It's been handed what's been marked as Exhibit 260, which is base numbered LOR-WA 000-55402. I'll give you a moment to review.
Okay.
So this is an email from Alexandra Coleman to Sonara Long and CCing a group of individuals, including yourself. Do you recognize the email?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Who is Alexandra Coleman?
Alexandra Coleman appears to be someone that works for Rock Tech, as seen in the email here.
Okay. What is Rock Tech?
I don't know. I believe Rock Tech is the ones that do the map part of our website. That's all done through the IT team, not the marketing team. So,
Okay.
IT team can answer that for you. But based on what I read in the email, it sounds like they're the ones that do the map on the website.
Okay, you can put that aside. I'll hand you what's marked as Exhibit 21.
Thank you.
Which for the record is base numbered LLR-WA 000-13016.
All right.
So Exhibit 21 is an email from you dated August 7th, 2015. Subject is President's Council. What is the President's Council?
Well, I think it says in this document what it is. It's a group of retailers chosen and placed among their peers to represent the voice of the field and the retailers or consultants, it says, that they serve.
Okay. And in this email, you're sending a group of people in the two lines, starting with Lindsay Wheeler. Are those all the members of the President's Council at the time?
I could reference the page 13021 of this exhibit to confirm if that's the case. Lindsay, yes. Emily, yes. Jillian, yes. Catherine, yes. Katie May, yes. Lisa Jones, yes. Megan Hetker, yes. Shannon Gwynn, yes. Tori Macy's, yes. And then I don't know why they're duplicated. Looks like the names were duplicated twice.
Did you have any responsibilities with respect to the President's Council in 2015?
My team designed this document. Responsibilities? No.
Did you have any role with the President's Council with respect to your role in communications with IFRs?
What do you mean?
Well, you were also at the time responsible for communications, correct? So were you involved in communications with the President's Council as part of that role?
At times, yes.
Okay.
Yep. For example, I was the one that sent this email to each of them.
Did you attend President's Council meetings?
What was your question?
Did you attend President's Council meetings?
Some of them, yes. I don't recall if I attended all of them.
The President's Council had, my understanding is regular phone calls. Does that sound right?
Looks like there was a once-a-month conference call, as laid out in the document here, the first Thursday of the month.
And then periodic in-person meetings as
Yep.
well. And did you attend some of those monthly conference calls?
I believe so. Some of them, yes.
Do you recall whether there are any requirements for the President's Council beyond those that are set out in the document attached to this email?
Objection form.
They needed to be an active retailer in good standing.
Any others?
Other than what was lined out here.
Put that aside. Have you ever attended meetings, leadership meetings? I think we talked about those. Sometimes the events team was responsible for helping out with the leadership meetings or conferences.
What was the question?
So sometimes your team was responsible for planning leadership conferences or leadership meetings amongst leaders, leader IFRs, correct?
Planning parts of, and yes.
Okay. Did you ever attend those as well?
Yes.
Did you usually attend?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the leadership meetings or conferences?
I believe we already discussed that. Would you like me to answer it again?
Sure.
For the retailers that were in leadership, meaning trainer, coach, or mentor, and I believe it evolved to include cruise qualifiers, to come together as a community to share with each other, learn from each other, and to learn and to that was the general.
When did leadership conferences begin to include cruise qualifiers?
I don't remember.
Was it in the last couple of years?
I don't recall what year that was.
Do you know why the group of attendees was expanded to include cruise qualifiers?
Because we recognized that those that were selling and good at selling were also leaders in the company, and that they were good at selling the product, and they could have great things to share with other retailers about how to sell the product.
So when cruise qualifiers were added to the group of attendees at leadership meetings, did that expand the group of people who could attend significantly?
Objection form.
Could you repeat? Yeah, what do you mean?
So before, whenever this was, you don't remember, the leadership conferences, is it meetings or conferences? How do you usually refer them to
You
them?
just called it leadership.
Leadership, okay. So leadership was attended by mentors, coaches, and trainers, correct?
And sometimes, as in some of the documents reviewed today, there were other retailers invited that might have sponsored retailers that were not quite a trainer, coach, or mentor.
But almost there, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point it's expanded to include cruise qualifiers.
Yes.
Did that significantly expand the group of people who were eligible to attend leadership?
By definition, yes, it expanded those eligible. Significantly, I don't know that I could answer accurately. I don't know what you mean by significantly.
Were there more attendees once you expanded to include cruise qualifiers?
I'd have to go back and look at the attendance to answer that with confidence and accuracy.
And where would you go to look at the attendance?
To one of the places where it was discussed already today a few times. The event registration company or the events team, to see if we had records of those events.
Do you recall a leadership meeting in August of 2016 in Scottsdale, Arizona?
That doesn't sound accurate.
Did you ever attend a leadership meeting in Scottsdale?
In what year did you say?
In August of 2016.
I don't believe we would have had a leadership in Arizona in August of 2016.
Did you ever attend a meeting among some group of retailers in August of 2016 in Scottsdale?
It's possible, yes, but it would not have been a leadership event.
Okay.
As we've defined in our discussions today,
Sure.
leadership.
Okay. So do you recall a meeting of some group of retailers and some from LuLaRoe in Scottsdale in 2016?
Would you read that, please?
So do you recall a meeting of some group of retailers and some from LuLaRoe in Scottsdale in 2016?
Check this to form.
Go ahead.
I remember that we held a few different events in Arizona. I don't recall specifically if one was in August of 2016. But I don't believe that event would have been a leadership event, as we've discussed.
And what sort of event was it that you recall?
It likely would have been a coach's retreat.
And that's an event limited to people who are coaches then?
That was an event for people who, I believe it was for people that were newly qualified as coach, to welcome them as a coach and provide some training and again, some community and time with other coaches.
Have you ever heard certain IFRs referred to as influencers?
That's a very vague question. What do you mean?
Have you ever heard certain LuLaRoe independent fashion retailers referred to as influencers within the company?
Possibly.
Do you recall that term ever being used to describe any LuLaRoe retailers?
I don't. Influencer has such a specific meaning to me in the marketing and social media space, so I don't know.
What's your understanding of how retailers are currently compensated?
By selling clothing.
So the retailers purchase clothing from LuLaRoe at wholesale price, right?
Yeah, you asked how LuLaRoe retailers, right? Did I misunderstand?
Sorry.
What was your original question?
Okay. So what is your understanding of how retailers are currently compensated?
What retailers?
Just retailers in general. What's your understanding of sort of the compensation structure of LuLaRoe?
I think his question is you are referring to LuLaRoe retailers.
Yes,
You're
yes.
talking Target, you're talking...
No, I'm talking about
plenty of
LuLaRoe retailers.
retailers
We've
in the
just
world.
defined that
Yeah.
term within the context of this deposition.
Well, I just want to make sure in
Talking
that question you were talking about LuLaRoe retailers specifically.
Yeah.
So the question is, how are LuLaRoe retailers compensated?
Mm-hmm.
They buy clothing from LuLaRoe and then sell the clothing.
So they buy the clothing at wholesale and sell it at some
So
other
marked
price?
up, yeah.
Okay.
It's object is asked and answered.
And retailers could also possibly earn money through a LuLaRoe bonus program. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, through the leadership bonus plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's your understanding of the current leadership bonus plan?
What do you mean?
What's your understanding of how the program works?
It works when... How it works?
Mm-hmm.
If a retailer sponsors another retailer, and or they sponsor other retailers, they are compensated based on the sales of those retailers.
Do you have any understanding of how that program worked prior to July of 2017?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of how it worked prior to July of 2017?
Prior to July of 2017, they were compensated based on the wholesale orders of retailers that they had sponsored or that retailers that they sponsored had sponsored.
This is 261.
Top story.
What is it?
They just sent out a notice schools in Seattle are closed because of the coronavirus.
It's wild up there right now.
You know if you have any old enough to be affected by that.
I do. I'll have to check what school district it is.
What are we on now?
We're on 261. And for the record, it's base numbered LLR-WA 000-23290.
I can't hardly read what some of these have on them. What am I missing on 23293?
And I'm not going to ask you detailed questions about the handwriting. In the LuLaRoe Leadership Bonus Plan.
I don't remember.
Were you ever involved in any discussions when the bonus plan was being set up about how the plan should be structured?
I believe so, but I don't recall them specifically. And I don't know if there were other ones held without me.
Do you recall ever weighing in on how the bonus plan should be structured?
I don't remember.
And along that line of question, I would caution you not to include discussions that your council participated in if you have recollection of those.
Yeah.
Okay, you can put that one aside. Have you ever had any responsibilities with respect to planning or setting LuLaRoe's return policy?
Objections to form.
Could you restate the question?
Do you have any understanding of what LuLaRoe's return policy is?
Oh, that was the first question?
No, I'm just restating the question. Do you have any understanding what the LuLaRoe return policy is?
Same objection.
What do you mean by LuLaRoe's return policy?
How retailers could return clothing that is either unused or defective.
I don't know the specifics of the policy.
Yeah. Have you ever had any involvement in developing that policy?
I don't recall.
You can go off the record.
On the record at 6:04 p.m. Second record at 6:16 p.m. Please continue.
Stephen Hanold's been marked as Exhibit 262, which is Bates numbered LLR-WA 000-22654.
Yes,
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
This is an email you sent in March of 2019 to Jen Draney and CCing some others.
Yes.
Who is Jen Draney?
Jen Draney Sanchez now has recently been married. She is cruise director at LuLaroe.
Meaning she's responsible, at least in some respects, for the cruise?
Yes, meaning she was on the events team and was responsible for aspects of the cruise, and now she's no longer part of the events team, but she still is responsible for the logistics, registration, and many of the production details of the cruise.
And in the email you say, we'd like to have a meeting with the original early retailers in Deanne Suite from 6 to 8 p.m. on Sunday. Do you recall whether that meeting happened?
Yes.
Did you attend?
Yes.
Who else was there?
I don't remember everyone that was there.
Who do you remember that was there?
I remember I was there. I remember Mark and Deanne were there. I remember Mikey being there. And I remember some of the early retailers of LuLaroe being present.
When you say Mikey, are you referring to?
Sorry. Yes, Mikey Fettner.
Okay.
Michael Fettner on the email subject, CC
Okay.
line.
How many early retailers do you recall being there?
Six-ish.
And which early retailers do you recall being there?
I remember Kim Roylance being there. I remember Kelly Fott being there.
Kelly, I'm sorry.
Kelly Fott.
Okay.
F-A-U-G-H-T. I remember Ashley Lautaha, who I believe has a different last name now because she's recently been divorced. I remember Jody Keach. I remember Brittany Hunter. Oh man, was there? I know there's a couple more, but I don't remember who they were specifically.
Do you remember Lindsay Wheeler being there?
I believe she was there.
What was the purpose of the meeting?
The purpose of the meeting was to interview them for a video we want to make for YouTube.
What was the video?
I don't believe we ever used any of the footage from that meeting in the video, but the video result is the, what is the title of that? It's The True Story of LuLaroe. It's a video that LuLaroe put out at convention last summer that, if I was to go on YouTube, I could tell you the title of.
So there was a camera, someone with a camera to do the video there?
Yes, I believe there was two people from Mikey's team, but I don't remember who the other one was there.
Okay.
I know Mikey. Yeah, Mikey was there, I believe.
And Mikey does video?
He did.
Oh, he did.
He's no longer with LuLaroe.
Okay. Other than videoing for the YouTube, was there any discussions amongst the retailers about the company?
I don't remember. Yeah, we just wanted to ask questions about the things they remember from the early days of LuLaroe. And like I said, the content I don't believe was used in the final product.
So the questions regarding what they remember from the early days, that was filmed for purposes of the video, even if it didn't ultimately end up in the video.
Yes, but it was more of a conversation than it was film because we had, as you can see or hear from the response, more people than the camera could focus on at once, so they would just kind of go back and forth from like whoever was talking. Because there was more conversation style than it was like asking a question and waiting for them to answer the question.
Was the entire conversation filmed?
I don't know.
Was the state of Washington's lawsuit against LuLaroe discussed at all?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if it was, or you don't remember it? You don't recall the conversation, or do you don't
your
recall
question
specifically?
Your question was what?
Was the state of Washington's lawsuit against LuLaroe discussed at all?
Yeah, that's what I recalled your question. I don't remember.
Okay. And you could put this one aside. And I'm gonna... So this one,
Thank you.
take as long as you want to read it, but in the interest of all of our evenings, I'm going to let you know I'm really going to ask you some general questions and not about any specific portion of the document. For the record, Exhibit 263 is LLR-WA 0008014.
Yeah, I don't think we need me to read this whole thing, do we?
I'm going to ask you just some general questions. If at any point you feel like you need to read it, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. So for the record, this is a document called LuLaroe Master Response Document, updated 01/30/18. And I'll let you know, in the metadata for this document on the electronic version, it says that it came from your records. Do you recognize the document?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
It does not look familiar.
So you don't know what the purpose of it is?
I do not.
Okay, you can put it aside then.
What does that mean from the metadata of this document?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah.
Just wanted to follow up on one of our discussions earlier this evening. We were talking about the analytics for the website, and your team could go, when you were responsible for the website, your team could go in and look at the Google Analytics. Did your team ever summarize those analytics for anyone else at the company outside of the website team?
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know on that.
I think I have no further questions.
I've got two questions. Can you go back to Exhibit 247? Looks like that.
Oh, I almost opened right to it. One off.
Just give me a moment to get there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm going to direct you to the last 3 pages of the document. The back of the page, it's marked 6086, and then 6087, 6089, and 6088. You were shown those pictures, and I'd like to ask, of your knowledge, do you know if any of those are actually a welcome pack for a new IFR?
Do I know?
Yes. Do you know if any of those are actually welcome packs?
Object to form.
Welcome pack meaning?
Well, it was what was represented to you. Do you know what any of those truly are? Let's just look at 6087. Do you know if there is anything below that tissue paper?
Object to form misstates the record.
No, I do not.
Do you know why that tissue paper is one color and the tissue paper in 6088 is a different color?
I do not, but I would guess because they're different boxes.
So if someone had just become an IFR and got a welcome packet, do you know if any of these things that you were shown are in fact what they would have received?
Object to form.
I do not.
That's all I had.
But one follow-up question on this. Looking again at these photos in 66086 through 66089, did someone on your team take those photos?
I don't remember.
No further questions.
Neither. Are you incorporating the same stipulation at the end of the depositions
What do you mean, no same stipulation?
on the handling of the transcript? I didn't know what you're doing.
We can go off the record.
You just doing it by code, or how are you handling it?
I'm confused about what you're asking me.
Okay, I sat in on a couple where they had altered the code on the handling.
Just give me one moment. This is the end of Media 1 and concludes the deposition of Justin Lyon, Volume 1. The time now is approximately 6:28 p.m. going off the record.